get you up and running.
Let's see where the flag is.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, sir, we are live. You can go whenever you'd like.
Okay, is everybody ready? Jeffrey, Gina, yep. JC, how you doing? And Ray. Okay, Town of Pembroke Park Agenda Workshop Commission meeting Wednesday, August 26, 2020, 6 p.m. virtual meeting. Virtual meeting instructions. Notice is hereby given that the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida will hold a virtual workshop meeting utilizing communication media technology in accordance with Governor Ron DeSantis Executive Order number 2069 dated March 20th, 2020, pertaining to conducting local government meetings while under the public health emergency related the spread of, novel coronavirus disease 2019. Virtual workshop meeting Wednesday, August 26, 2026 p.m. 12 a.m. You can dial in using your phone. United States toll free 1-877-568-4106. United States +1 646-749-3129. Access code, 782-123-477. 2 hours prior to the meeting, you can submit a text or voicemail at 954-707-9820. Okay, have we received any text messages, Marlon?
No, Vice Mayor, we have not.
Okay, I wonder why my volume, my sound is low. Mark, why would my sound be low?
Hold on, let me adjust the volume, sir. Hold on.
Yeah.
I have it. It was popping before, so I have it down lower. Hold on. How about now? Is that a little better?
No, but let me finish this up. But
I will
just be aware that I'm having a little difficulty hearing here. It's not coming in very clear. Any member of the public wishing to comment publicly on any matter, including on items on the agenda, may submit their comments by email to Deputy Town Clerk at townofpembrokepark.com. All comments submitted by email that, if read orally, are 3 minutes or less, shall be read into the record. All comments submitted by email shall be made a part of the public record. If any member of the public requires additional information about this town commission meeting or has any questions about how to submit a public comment at the meeting, please contact Marlon Martell, Deputy Town Clerk, Town of Pembroke Park, 3150 Southwest 52nd Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida 33023, 966-4600, extension 235. Call to order, Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, everybody, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So am I good on that, Marlon?
Yes, sir. You're fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Cohen.
Here.
Commissioner Dieuveille.
Here.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
Here.
Vice Mayor Clark.
Here.
And the mayor is absent.
Okay, number 5, additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda.
Sir, I have a couple of them to go over with you. One of them is item number... Give me 1 second, please. Just such a small agenda. It's item number 9.11, which is the ERP system. We're gonna remove that from the agenda.
What is it?
It's number 911. which is the ERP system that's being withdrawn.
11, do I have that?
Yes, sir. It's under the finance section. It'd be on page 3.
Page 3,
Yes, sir.
okay, 4, 5, 7, I don't see 3. Okay, it must be right there. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Okay, you're
Then the
you're
other thing
removing
that,
911?
yes, sir. We're removing 911.
Can't hear.
Okay, another thing that we want to do, if possible, please, we'd like to move up the,
Can you hear,
not-
can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear
Yes,
you
sir,
very
you're
well.
coming in loud and clear.
Yes,
I
sir.
wonder why I can't. Oh, there it is. There's fine.
Turn the-
Maybe I can get it to go. Hold on, just give me a second. Maybe I can get it.
Sir, is it the volume on the, that you're
That's what I'm,
utilizing?
that's what I'm trying to do
Oh,
right
okay.
now.
Okay.
Just give me a second. There we go.
All right, because you're coming in loud and clear,
Beautiful.
sir.
Now we got it. Okay.
There are 2 items that I submitted additional paperwork after the agenda came through. And it is, one of them is, for, clerk commissioner. Oh, hold 1 second, please. Sorry. Let me turn off my phone. I apologize. One of them is under discussion. I forwarded to you resolutions having to do with 16.2. I forwarded this morning resolutions for all of you of, those are the duties of the commission. So I submitted that. And just about an hour ago, I also submitted for the Public Services Department under section. Under section 13.11, so 13.11, the projects, the grants and projects. I
Yeah.
received an updated one. I received another email having to do with the canopy and one additional one. Miriam, are you on?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know that you submitted them to me, but one is the canopy. The other one was the update on the grants. And what was the third one?
It was the supporting document for the FDP grant.
FDEP grant?
Yes.
Okay, so the other one is the FDEP grant. All of that was emailed to you. If you don't have it for tonight, again, this is a workshop, requires no vote, and you can review it later on. But most importantly is to have it on there. Shall you decide to move it forward, we can move it to the September 9th meeting. And the last item I have is that the auditor is with us today. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for being with us today. Finance has requested if it would be possible to put Ms. Davis on first so she could give you the update.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. And then I'm going to, on 16.3,
Okay,
I'm going to bring this up later at another time. This is a pretty long meeting. This is you and I sat down together, Marlon, today and got the chart. And so we'll bring this up later. So 16.3 will be on hold, deferred or put on hold. Okay.
okay.
Anything else?
No, sir, that's it.
And just jump in if there's something we missed, because we're trying to put this thing together at the last minute. Just interrupt, Marlon. You're welcomed, okay? Or anybody
All right,
else that makes it better for us. Okay, so that's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we have number 6, public comments related to agenda items, /good and welfare.
We don't have anything at the present time, sir.
Okay, reports of committees and city staff or town staff.
Let
That's
me
in there.
just
We
say
got-
I just want to ask one quick thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know that this isn't a voting meeting, but I just want to make sure everybody's okay with the changes to the agenda. Is that okay? Everyone's okay. Everyone's in agreement. Okay, that's fine.
Why don't we do this? I think this is better. Why don't we get a motion and a second, and then we do like we usually do, that we accept the amended agenda. I like that better.
I understand, sir, but this is a workshop and you
Okay.
don't need to, remember, at this
Okay.
workshop, we can't have any motions.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I hear you. Good job. Okay, so let's go, number 7. Okay, 7-1, the Broward Sheriff's Office, Captain Coker. Is she with us? Oh, yeah. Okay, Marlon,
Yes, sir.
is Chief Coker with us, or Captain Coker?
I actually don't see her in the callers. But
Okay. so
normally
then-
it's, the report is available to you and
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
that
know if you
would
have
be-
any questions.
Okay, then that would be, maybe, Jeffrey Jacobs, the police commissioner. Does he want to comment anything on this or no?
I'm gonna comment the attached reports. That's it.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay, there's another, I just got to note, we're adding one other thing, the football practice at the Oglesby Preserve Park. If you could put that down under Miriam Jocks, Marlon
Okay.
at the very end.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so then we got 7-2, and this is Fire Department, Chief Kane / Ray Dieuveille. Is Chief Kane here? Marlon?
Actually, sir, I also don't see him on the screen.
Okay, Ray, do you have any comment on this one? The fire commissioner?
No, I don't. Just the report. The report's attached. So,
Okay, very good. Then we're at number 8, Building and Code Enforcement Departments. 8-1, monthly August Code Enforcement Report, Chief Code Enforcement Officer, Jeffrey Lewis.
Vice Mayor, I'm
Yes,
sorry to interject. I do apologize, but can we have the report first from the auditor?
Oh,
Since she is
okay.
on the, that's what I was mentioning to you, if we could have her
Okay.
come on
so
first.
where is that, what number is that one?
The auditor's report is scheduled for 9.1.
Okay, so I'm gonna
We're
read
just gonna
9.
move it up.
I'm gonna read 9, Finance Department, 9.1, 2019 Annual Financial Report Update. Okay, that's Assistant Finance Director Harry, and then you can introduce her, Harry, or Marlon. And go ahead. Where are they at?
Harry? He's on and his button is on as well. Oh, there we
Okay,
go.
Okay,
Good evening, Commission. Just want to say good evening to everyone and just introduce Tanya Davis. She is the partner from S. Davis and Associates. They are the firm that handled our annual audit, and she has an update for the Commission. Go ahead, Tanya. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, we can't hear you. Ms. Davis? She's unmuted. Ms. Davis, we can't hear you. Try turning your mic on.
It shows her mic to be on, Mark.
Yeah,
Ms.
no,
Davis, maybe
she's
you
on
want to
mute.
call in through the phone?
Yeah, Ms. Davis, we can't hear you. You're not muted.
Okay, she
Okay.
says she's calling by phone.
No problem.
Okay, I don't hear anything, Marlon. Could you just check it out for me?
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Ms.
Davis,
is
if you
going
can,
ahead and is calling in, so we're just waiting for her to call in right now, and then she'll give us the report.
Ms. Davis, do you want me to give you the number and the code? I don't know if she can hear me or not.
These things.
Ms. Davis, if you look in the chat, I gave you the phone number and the ID code to get in. Hello? Is she calling in? Ms.
And-
Davis, can you call in with your phone? I put in the chat in your private chat there, the phone number and the ID code.
Okay, Marlon,
Yes, sir.
may we move on to another item, and then when
Yes,
she
of
calls?
course. I was
and then
gonna ask, Harry, can you get in touch with Miss Davis so that we can have her up, and when you're ready, let me know. Text me so that I know that she's ready. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. Let's go forward, okay?
Okay.
Okay, 9.2, business tax receipt write-off policy needed. Staff is requesting that the town commission adopt a policy for inactive business tax receipts accounts.
Wait,
It's just-
Vice Mayor, let's
Yeah.
go back to where you left off. You were at 8.1 is where we left off.
Yeah, but let me just finish 9.2 since I read it, then I'll go back to
okay.
8. I'll go back.
No problem.
Okay, 9.2, and that's the one I just read, business tax receipts, and that goes over to Harry. Harry, you there?
If he's busy, this is Chris Ryan. I spoke with him, and they have given us timelines and ideas for the return of these business tax balances that are due in the accounts, and also writing off business tax receipts when they look like they're uncollectible. And we'll have that in writing for the town commission to review.
Okay, okay, you understand that, Marlon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I'm relying on you, because you know I bounce it back to you because you're the clerk. Okay, I'm gonna keep going on while I'm on this, and we'll get rid of this column. 9.3 point, requesting verbiage change for the sign ordinance, section 2123-4, in order to refund credit balance for sign variances. And that's another Harry Tannenbaum.
Yeah. And I'll pick up again from Mr. Taubenfeld, but yeah, it's along the same lines. There's currently verbiage in there that talks about refunding sign deposits. Oftentimes, when people make a deposit for a sign variance, there's additional funds left over. We want to have an automatic time frame that once the project is completed, that those funds get returned to the applicant, so they don't sit on the books and create additional work for the auditors.
Gotcha. Okay, so how about 9 point? Who's there?
It's Michelle. I just wanted to add one other thing regarding that. Michelle Grooms, Billing
Okay.
Administrator. Chris, in addition to that, did you get the other information that would allow us to do it for all projects?
Yes, yeah, it's going to
Okay.
be for the variety of projects with regard to building permits and things of that nature, so that the funds don't just sit idle, and that there'll be an automatic time frame for the refunds, and it'll make the books a lot clearer and give everybody back their money that deserved it.
Okay.
Okay, Marlon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, remember, I'm always gonna come back to you and you're gonna tell me it's okay or not okay. You give me the status, okay? Remember
sir.
that. Okay, so let's go back. You want me now to go back to 8.1? Because I can tell Harry's not there.
If you could, please, let's continue following the agenda. Let's go
Okay.
back to 8.1. Yes, please.
Okay, okay, so we're back up to 8, building. Did I hear somebody chime in?
No, sir.
Okay. 8, building and code enforcement departments. 8.1, monthly August code enforcement board report, Chief Code Enforcement Officer, Jeffrey Lewis. Hey, Marlon, you call for him.
He's on, sir. I can see that he's on. He just needs to unmute himself. Jeffrey, if you could be kind enough to unmute yourself, please.
Marlon?
Jeffrey?
Wow.
Jeffrey?
Maybe we should have a class on muting and unmuting our mics.
Jeffrey?
Hey, Mark, you have everyone muted.
Can you hear me?
No. Hello?
I'm sorry, can you hear me
No,
now?
I do not have everybody muted.
Jeffrey, we heard you for a second.
Bad stuff.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
I can.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, we could hear you.
There you are. Good evening,
Go
Commissioners.
ahead.
Yes, we could hear you.
Town Manager, Jeffrey Lewis, Chief Code Enforcement Officer for the town. Just doing the monthly report on code enforcement for the month of July, July 1st to the 30th. On that report, we have 25 notice of violation cases, also 3 courtesies and 5 affidavits of compliance as well. The rest are notice of hearings, which is for our code enforcement board, which we postponed for the month of July. On the next page, you'll see a set of photos. These are the issues that we have around town that are now in compliance. One of them in which is the dumpsters around the town on 30th Avenue and various locations that were graffitied, and they have been changed out by Waste Management or our recycling partners as well. We are still keeping tabs on Condado Real. The other photo as well that you can see shows that it was cleaned up and taken care of, so the property is clean. However, it is still an ongoing issue to where they are working on getting it cleaned on a regular basis. That's the majority of my report. Do you guys have me? Martin, can you hear me?
Jeffrey, your signal is very weak.
I'm going to change over to the phone.
Vice Mayor, after Mr. Lewis is done, we can go back to the auditor.
Mr. Lewis is done, we can go back to the auditor.
Your mic is turned off, sir.
What number?
It's turned off, sir.
Tell me what number.
That is 9.1. We'll go back to the auditor when we get Mr. Lewis finishes his report.
Okay, thank you. I can't do without you, Marlon. You're great.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I was supposed to have my mic turned off when I said that. I'm sorry. I worry about you. Bye-bye. Marlon?
Yes, sir. I'm actually going to call Jeffrey right now just to see if he's going to come on or is he completed with his
Yeah.
He's calling in now. He's calling in now. I just texted him. He's trying to get in.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it on mute again, Marlon, and then you just let me know when I've got to come back, okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Can we just refer to his report and move on?
I think we could do that, Marlon. There's been a request to just refer to the report and move on.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Is that fine? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
So
sir.
now you want me to go up? No, you tell me what.
Harry, if you could have Miss Davis come on. Hi, Miss Davis.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you crystal clear. Nice
Okay,
to see you.
Okay, Marlon, let me just read the item again so
Of
we
course,
get it
go right
in the
ahead.
record. Okay, Finance Department 9.1, 2019 Annual Financial Report Update. And now you can go forward. Marlon, you can go. And identify.
Miss Davis, if you could just read your name into the record, please.
Sure, my name is Tanya Davis. I'm a partner with S. Davis and Associates, PA.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm glad you can hear me. My apologies for whatever was occurring earlier. It's a pleasure to be with you all tonight to give an update on the results of the audit, progress of the audit. I want to let you know that the audit field work is completed. The report is drafted. However, as we were inquiring as to subsequent events, which we have to do up until the point that we actually issue the audit, we became aware of the recent report that was issued by the Officer of the Inspector General. So with that, we are now in the process of performing due diligence relative to that particular report before finalizing our audit report. We have had a good working relationship with Harry, the Finance Department, and town staff. They've been cooperative, and we believe that they've been forthcoming during the audit. In our opinion, there was transparency in answering audit questions and providing all the information that we requested, which is always helpful in any audit, but especially and particularly helpful in audits in which there were many findings in previous years' reports and in OIG reports and JLAC reports as well. Based on a lot of those findings of the previous years, the scope had to be increased because the town was high risk. Did become a high risk auditee for us. And that put more stress and work on the staff, the auditors and the staff. But the staff was able to provide us with whatever we needed, and again, was very forthcoming in any inquiries that we had and in answering any questions. So as soon as we complete our due diligence with respect to the OIG report, we'll be able to move forward and finalize the audit report.
Okay, very good. Is that the end of that? That's it.
So, Harry, unless I've missed anything.
Okay, that's an excellent report. And on behalf of the town and the commissioners, thank you, Harry, and the two divisional directors, Marlon, and now it'd be interim Miriam, and all your department heads. Very good. That's a good report to hear that everybody was working with you and getting the information to you. So yeah. I think we're all pleased with that. That's good. Now I better keep quiet while I'm ahead. Okay, so is that it, Marlon? Give me directions.
Yes, sir. Now Stephanie did mention, I hate to move us so much around, but we do have a gentleman also that is on the line having to do with waste management. And that would be item number 13.4. Could we kindly move the gentleman up from 13.4 just so that he could give us the report?
Okay.
What's his name, Marlon? I want to make sure he's not muted.
Hold on, I'll tell you right now.
Luigi Pace.
Did you hear, Mark? Stephanie said Luigi.
Yeah, I have him here. I sent an unmute request. He just needs to unmute. Mr. Pace, there he goes. Yep, you're set.
Good evening. It's Luigi Pace with Waste Management.
Okay, wait a second. You jumped out of order. Marlon, give me the direction, what number you want me to read. Let me read the item into the record and let's keep it organized. I'm chairing the meeting, so I'm looking at some type of consistency. Marlon, tell me what number. I'll read it, then you could have the speaker type in. What
All right,
number?
so it's
Marlon?
13.4.
There
which
we
is
go.
waste,
Okay.
waste contract.
Okay, 13.4 waste contract, interim public service director, Jocks, project manager, Woodbury. So go ahead and now take over and let your speaker speak, or Miriam or Woodbury.
Stephanie, you want to talk in regards to this item?
What number are we again?
13.4.
This is the waste management contract extension. This contract did go into effect in 2015. This is just an extension, as well as they're adding in the yearly donations that we receive from waste management towards the town event. And Luigi, if you wanted to speak and say anything.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Correct.
This is Luigi Pace with Waste Management. Like Miss Woodbury stated, it's just an extension that was allowed, a renewal that was allowed in the original agreement. And we're hoping that the commission feels we provided good enough service to allow us to continue to service the town.
Okay, very good. Now we'll go back to Marlon. Let's put that on for the regular commission meeting.
All right, so you want me to put that under consent?
Unless a commissioner has an objection or a response to it, and the town attorney.
All right, sir. I'll put it
Hearing
under
none,
consent.
hearing none. Okay, so put it on where you said you wanted to put it.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so now where do you want me to go?
We're going back to 8.2, which is the building department surplus corrective action needed.
I love you, Marlon. Now you have 8.2. No, don't apologize no more. You did what you did. Okay. 8.2. Okay, here we go. I got it. We're good. And I like how you did the order. I'm talking right now because I like how you did it. You called on the either the divisional director or the department head, whoever's in charge of it. Then they introduced and they spoke, and then it went back to them. Then it comes back up to me. That's the process. That's the format. Okay, so you're 8.2.
Yes, sir. It's Mr. Nunez.
Okay, building department, surplus corrective action needed, interim building official, Nunez. I call it Nunez, but it's probably mispronounced. Go ahead, Marlon, you take the show.
Miguel, if you could unmute yourself, please. We can't hear you.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We could hear you just fine now. Thank you.
Wonderful. Hi, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Miguel Nunez, Interim Building Official. This is in regards to the Building Department surplus analysis. Actually, this item is in combination with the Assistant Finance and Budget Director, Harry Taubenfeld. I always pronounce it wrong, Vice Mayor, so you're not the only one.
It's all right.
That being said, basically this analysis, it states exactly what it shows in the memo and the surplus, as I believe the budget director has been discussing with you about the operating average of the last 4 years and the surplus that we have on the building department, in which we're supposed to allocate those funds, and we are trying to allocate those funds in order to go to acceptable levels, since those particular funds can only be used for the building department or their enforcement of the Florida building code. That's the reason on those funds that we have there, we have proposed, the building department proposed renovations as a GMP process. So that way we have the maximum associated with that particular process, also equipment and software, so we can build a state-of-the-art building department. And also what we consider is the debt that we owe to the town of Pembroke Park for the operations of the building department within the town of Pembroke Park, aka internet, lease for our offices, and several other expenses, which the building department, every building department, not only us, goes to any municipality, and the building department needs to be independent as a part of the enterprise funds or special funds. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Are you service, sir?
Okay. Are there any questions from any of our commissioners? Ray, you're identified.
Yeah, are we implementing any changes so that we don't have these surpluses in the future?
Right now, what we're proposing is we are maintaining our permit fees exactly the same, because it's always healthy to any building department to have a surplus. You don't want to be flat, because in the event of a non-construction event, then the town is going to have to substantiate the building department from their general fund, and is not what we want. We wanted to have a specific surplus, and that's built in under the state statute, which I attach into that, which is 553-8078. And in that particular statute, it says that we can carry over some things. Obviously, some actions could have been done before, but I believe it's better late than never. So that's why we are preparing for this. Currently, our permit fees are very, very reasonable, and we are trying to maintain it so that way we don't build another surplus, or we don't increase our surplus unless the construction goes incredibly high. And at that time, then we're going to have obviously to discuss about that. But right now, it is expected that our permit fees will maintain. And as far as my understanding, our permit fee has not been increased since 1996. And that way we don't expect to go over for the next couple of years or 3 years, depends on what it is. And that will be analyzed on a yearly basis. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah. Well, did he answer your question? Right?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so I want to comment on that one. I think what I heard Ray say, and I agree, is that you should be able to do something now to lower those fees if you know right now that you're going to have an overage and some checks and balance, so that we don't have the same thing. We shouldn't go through this every year. It should be closer to neutral. I'm not saying you have to be that close, but you are over a significant amount of money. And that's what we want to see, I think. Is that what you're kind of saying, Ray? Can we make adjustments where we can lower to our people that come in here from the town and their fees? Is that what you're saying? If that's not what you're saying, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's what I was saying, but I think the overage is a little higher because I think it's 4 years combined, if I understand correctly. So I understand what Nunez is saying, that it shouldn't be flat, completely flat. But yeah, I mean, the lower we could get it, I think it's better without going flat. Yeah, and be able to offer, that way it's fair for everybody.
Right.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so come up with a model so you could show us how you're going to deal with this, so that, some type of analysis, so that you could come back to us and just explain. We know it's not going to be exact because I think what's being said, the commission, is that we don't want you to go down to where you start losing money, but you can come lower. You might be able to come lower. And if that is 4 years accumulation, then they'll space it on a year. But you know how to do that, Miguel. That's what.
And you're correct, sir. And you're correct, sir. One of the issues is that I remember the building department permit fees are analyzed in a yearly basis. And you need to be cautious when you go into a yearly basis because remember that it is not in arrears. Actually, basically, it's in arrears. You forecast for the next 2-3 years. So we need to make sure that whenever you put your permit fees, you don't create an indebtedness for the future years, which you can create a problem.
Right.
I'll be more than glad to analyze the permit fees. As a matter of fact, we are in the process of analyzing the permit fees to look for opportunities. I'm not at this point to make a compromise, but we are doing that, and rest assured that it will be done as we before the next fiscal year.
Yeah, and you can give us a couple of different options, so you don't have to have one analysis where you run it close. I don't think we're not asking for that. What we're asking for is perhaps, can you do a little better? So you come up with a couple of different options and then let us know. And I think that in the past, when we looked at this, then we looked at being as reasonable as we possibly can with residential. So maybe do an analysis on the residential also while you're at it. And the only other thing I have to say
I will suggest, Vice Mayor Clark, we need to be cautious on that particular separation of fees because in the same statute that you have in front of you, a little bit down, it says that all permit fees needs to be equally enforced. So we need to be very, very careful. We don't want it to create a separation of powers or fees that may violate the state statute. And that's what we're analyzing on that.
And what you can do is then prepare your report, do what you think is best to be able to satisfy and show us that you're doing what we requested, just looking at it. We don't have to approve it. You know, we could leave it the same, but that's what this workshop's all about, to hear what our concerns are, but you'll have that ready possibly by the voting meeting, okay? Or whenever. Okay, you understand. We're all on the same page.
What you mean.
Yeah. Okay, so any more on that? Jeffrey? Gina? Okay, so let's move on. Marlon?
Yes, sir. Miguel, is this an item that is moving forward to the commission meeting, or is this a discussion item at this meeting only?
I believe this was a discussion item at this meeting only because basically this is just to inform the commission unless the commission or the town attorney has a different opinion into that. So that way we can move forward with this particular, because this is going to affect all the budgets and so more like that. We just want to make sure that the town commission knows and understand what we're trying to do at the building department. However, part of this will take place at the next commission meeting or the next workshop, because I'm going to be presenting the associated permit fees, but that will be just along the permit fees and what we're trying to do with the permit fees.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. Next one up is 8.
No, Marlon, I have another question. I thought I heard him say the town attorney has a different opinion. So is the town attorney there where we can hear what his opinion is?
Yeah, I'm here. And yes, I've been in discussion with both the building official and the finance director, so that we have a formula that, you know, allows for proper building fees that meet the state statute, and we'll work it out there.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Marlon, back to you.
Yes, sir. We're now at 8.3.
Okay. Building Platinum, 8.3, interim building official Nunez. You want to speak on that, Miguel?
Yes, sir. That's why I'm in the, let me just move it to my screen. Yes, I believe we mentioned this on the last commission or special commission meeting. Obviously, there was no action on that. So basically, what we're trying to request the commission to authorize by resolution that the town of Pembroke Park via the building department to participate in the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance Platinum permitting program. This program promotes friendly permitting process which encourages growth and expansion in Broward County and the town of Pembroke Park. Basically, this will be, there's no cost for the town. There's no cost. It just basically brings the town into, like I said, out of the shadows and bring it to the big players market where we are in the same levels of Hallandale Beach, Pompano Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and so on like that. So people can start seeing what we're doing in Pembroke Park at the building department, especially with a newly created, soon expanded electronic plan review. And not only that, the opportunity that we have to facilitate the permitting process into anybody who's coming into the town for business purposes or for residential purposes. And basically what this particular program is that they expect, and we have a compromise, that we have a streamlined review and transparent permitting process, which will eliminate delays and uncertainty to business applicants. In addition, businesses will be able to communicate to an assigned concierge. In this case, we have a personalized, as a norm, we have a personalized approach, but this will have a commitment from us to our public and to our customers that we will be able to do that. Obviously, I would like to request that the building official be authorized to assign the required concierge for all permitted issues under this program, because as per this program, and I believe you can see that on your backup material, you will find out that as per their own recommendation, normally the building official is the one who knows who is the best person to facilitate the process and so on like that, and normally it's a person associated with the building department. So, and that's all I had to say about that. Obviously, I wanted to reiterate there's no cost to the town nor to the building department for this particular, and I believe the benefits are tremendous. Any questions?
Yeah, that's kind of like a lot all at one time. You know, I would like to find out more about this before we commit ourselves to it. So I would like to hold off on this and then have you explain it again, Miguel, and I know you're really good at that. So I would like to put this off until September or October, whatever the next month is, Marlon.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay, 8.4, I'm going to skip for you, Marlon. Second reading, floodplain ordinance, interim building official Nunez and town attorney Ryan. Go ahead, you got the floor, Miguel, and then town attorney Ryan.
Thank you. As explained into the first reading, this is change, or not a change, because we already have this, the technical part, we already have it approved previously. This is just awarding arrangements based on discussion with the Florida Department of Emergency Management and the Floodplain Management Office in the state of Florida. Basically, this is just an adjustment of words and adjustment of phrases. The only difference between this and the first reading is because there was a couple of typos and it was corrected on this time. So I'm gonna leave that to Attorney Ryan for if you have any questions, unless you have questions.
Well, Attorney Ryan, can you now address us on this?
Yes, the substantive changes to the floodplain ordinance were done previously, and then I guess upon review by the department at the state, they wanted to have us change some formatting for definitions and different things like that. So we've changed the format so it fits their format, and there's been no substantive changes to the ordinance.
Okay, Attorney Ryan, I have a couple of questions. I see existing manufactured home parks and subdivisions. Okay, so how is this impacting our community regarding that?
There's no changes to that. There were changes previously to matters relating to the flood elevation for existing mobile homes and things of that nature. But this, like I said, Mr. Nunez said, is a cleanup of just formatting and different matters. So nothing has changed that will affect permitting for mobile homes or any other type of residential or anything for commercial either.
Okay, or our
Attorney Ryan, can I clarify this to Vice Mayor Clark a little bit?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Yes,
Not Attorney Ryan, it's Vice Mayor Clark. Yes, I go ahead, speak.
No, I was just sorry, thank you, Vice Mayor Clark. I want to remind you, do you remember when we went from our ordinance that went from 36 inches in case of substantial improvement or substantial damage to any mobile home, including an existing park, and we lowered it to 20 inches?
Yeah, that's what we adopted, isn't it?
Exactly, that's what we adopted. Nothing is changed. Nothing is changing into those particular times. And like Attorney Clark, just Ryan mentioned. Attorney Ryan mentioned, this is just a wording clarification because of the Florida Department of Emergency Management.
Okay, so back over to the commissioners. Ray, Gina, Jeffrey. We just want to make sure that it's all right for these mobile home park communities and RV communities. So they're saying that we're just clarifying things. So is everybody okay with it? We'll move it forward. Okay, go ahead and move it forward. Marlon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So now, Marlon, where do you want me? Back at finance?
We're starting now. You did 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3. We now start at 9.4. Yes, sir. 9.4.
9.4. Okay, thank you, Marlon. You're a lifesaver. Okay, 9.4, revenue and expenditure report for July 2020. Assistant Finance Director Harry. Marlon, is he online?
Yes, he is, sir.
So
Harry, can you hear us?
Invite him to talk. Or
Harry?
speak to us.
Hi, are you there?
Yeah, we need to put in there, hey, Mark?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you look into pushing a button, a panic button, and getting everybody going, okay? We'll look into that for next year.
Yeah, I'll let me text him right now and see what's going
yes,
on.
I'm here.
He unmuted himself. We could hear you now. Harry, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
9.4. 9.4.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, Harry.
Okay. Good evening, Commission. What you have here in front. Okay. So what you have here in front of you is a snapshot summary detail of the budget performance for the town. I tried to change up the format a little bit to consolidate it. In the past, everybody was getting a detailed version, which I felt was too cumbersome. So I thought it'd be best to try to summarize it. The first page that you see here, revenue and expense summary, that's an actual year-to-date snapshot of what the revenue and expenses are for the town. So as you can see, for the first 10 months year-to-date, the town has been performing very well as it relates to the budget. You see the different line items there as far as what the surplus is as we sit right now for the respective funds. So I just wanted to point that out to everybody. Again, looking at the 10 months to date of a $1.2 million surplus for all the funds. If you go to the next sheets, it just gives you a little bit more detail information from that first page that you see. And here you got, again, just a little bit more details. The first page, what you see there are your revenue sources, what's budgeted, what's actual, and then you see where we stand as far as dollars and percentage remaining. And then the second page, the next page behind that, again, you have your expenses broken out by department and by fund, strictly budget to actual. The reason why you see the different numbers from the first sheet and these two sheets, again, is because the first sheet is showing actual numbers and actual revenue, where sheets 2 and 3 are showing the actual numbers against the full annual budget, as opposed to the first sheet being the 10 months. What you have again is in front of you is the summary for through July 31st. If there are any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Yeah, man, that was a very good report from the auditor, Harry. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Does anybody have any comments on that? I at least say, thank you. I mean, he's saved a lot of money according to what he's saying. You have $1.2 million surplus, which is very healthy compared to other years. So I would just like to thank Gina, Jeffrey, Ray, and the mayor that's here for cooperating, and we didn't fill those positions so fast. Employees work very hard. Okay, why is it doing that? IT, Mark.
It's your background noise, sir. There's background noise going.
There's nothing here in my office. I'm sitting here.
Now it's off.
Okay, so anyway, that's done. Let's go to 9. Marlon, I'm going to take the reign here. 9.5 while we got Harry on the line. 9.5, Commissioner Pension Plan Approval Payment of $85,303, consisting of a premium amount of $21,964 and recommended contribution of $63,339. Assistant Finance Budget Director Harry.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. The reason why I'm bringing this forth to the commission is twofold. One, it was brought in the beginning of the fiscal year and unfortunately was tabled due to the concerns of having to borrow from the reserve when the budget was first presented. Initially for the current fiscal year, the only thing that was budgeted for the commission's pension plan was the actual premium. And unfortunately, we did not take into account a estimated contribution that was needed. I'm coming back to the commission today. As I just mentioned before, we obviously have a surplus of $1.2 million. So I am coming now in front of you, Commission, to get permission to pay the premium balance of 21, and also making the recommendation to you as well that since we are in a surplus situation and we draft report, although we did not see it, I've been informed that we did have a tremendous surplus last year as well. I feel comfortable and confident to make this request to the commission go ahead and make the commission pension plan whole. So that's up to you guys to discuss, and that's all I got.
Yeah, I would say, commissioners, that since we had a good year and Harry's at the helm, I would suggest that we listen to what he's suggesting or suggesting, and we go ahead and bill it, pay it in full to where we're back up to, what would you call it if we pay it in full, Harry?
Well, I guess I don't know what the exact terminology is. Quite honestly, Vice Mayor, it's an estimated recommended contribution in order to keep the commission pension plan whole. Just to remind the commission, we have commissioners already who are collecting their pension. So the plan needs to be replenished to offset what is being taken out. So that's what this additional recommended contribution amount is.
Okay, I would suggest that we take his suggestion and go forward, and he could do whatever paperwork is necessary to have it on the agenda where we pay the balance due to make it whole again.
At this point, sir, if the commission is okay with it, I would recommend that we just move it on. If it's okay, if it's permissible, to move it onto the consent agenda, and once you get your approval, we'll go ahead and make the payment.
I'm okay with moving it to the consent agenda.
Okay, everybody else? Okay, nod. Okay, Marlon, so directed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Marlon. Can't do it without you. Okay, 9.6. Approval of invoices for electrical work performed by town contractor, Assistant Finance Director Harry.
Yes,
go ahead, Harry.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Commissioner, just what you have here are some invoices related to our town contractor who handles the electrical work for the town. Unfortunately, there was some delay in getting the invoices from them. So in looking at it, you see some of the stuff does pertain to, prior year and even, a prior calendar year as well. So what you have here in front of you is just a summary listing of all the invoices and the backup paperwork, as well as a memo from Public Works detailing what transpired. So again, just wanted to inform the commission of these bills and request their approval.
Harry, could you go into a little more detail on this? Because some of this stuff is really old.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So specifically, is there anything specific that you'd like to know about, or?
Some of the stuff that's highlighted, I'd like to know about why they're marked out. There's some things in here that was like repair for other damaged contractors. Were these like reimbursed back to the town?
Okay,
so I haven't got a chance to go through this whole thing yet because I just got my hands on it today. Right. But there's some stuff in here that just doesn't look right.
Okay, so I would have to, as far as the actual work itself, I would have to defer to Public Works on that. This is a documentation that was submitted to me by them. I tried to match it up as best as I could. As far as I did prepare the summary sheet. As far as the summary sheet, what you see there, the highlighted items are the items that were listed, are items that are listed over $1,500. And just highlighted because, again, only because it relates, we have a procurement policy of $1,500. So I just wanted to note that we did have some items.
Seeing these items here that are over that was procurement followed with these?
My understanding from Public Works that, again, I've been reading Miriam's memo. It was deemed emergency repair work as to the streetlights being out. I think if you want, she could probably, I don't want to speak for them. So I think it's
Harry,
best for them to.
Okay, Harry, let me take it. So Miriam Jocks, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you need to explain to the commissioner what her question, what his questions are.
Okay, and regarding Commissioner Jacobs for the contractor's damage repair job, those are requests that were made from the former Public Works Director. One was for when they were installing the fence at the park, and they had a damaged conduit, and that contractor was requested to do the repair. It's because in their contract they were told that they were not going to be responsible for underground irrigation system. However, the irrigation line that they had damaged was also near a electrical line. So that's why this the electrical contractor was called to do the repair.
So wait. So let's just stop right there. So you're saying in their contract, they didn't cover any damage to irrigation lines if they caused irrigation lines. But what I'm looking at here is an electrical issue. So it looks like they did on this one incident was $1,467.52 worth of damage.
Right. No, I'm sorry. That wouldn't be the cost of the damage. That would be the cost of the repair of, unfortunately, to get to the irrigation line, they had to go and do some removal of some electrical conduit in order to get to that particular irrigation line that the park people could have done. But once you involve electrical line, we had to call an electrician for doing the work.
So, okay, let me try and get this right then. So you're saying that we had a contractor that was building the fence that damaged the irrigation line, but to repair the irrigation line, we had to have them come out and repair. It says repair conduit and wire damage. So
yeah.
So this
You're
was
right.
damage.
there was some damage. What I'm saying is not only that our personnel here couldn't do the repair of that particular irrigation line because it was running along with some other electrical line that were also partly damaged. However, they had to rerun that line away from where it was originally installed. So that was more than repairing the damage. That's probably why it went a little bit higher than would be expected.
Okay, this is including ballast and lamps and 10-amp fuses, sockets, photocells. This isn't just repairing conduit and wire. This is like a lighting project.
Okay, when you look at the invoice that the contractor submit, he always have the same item listed, but as you can see, it's blank next to it.
Okay, I see. Okay, it says wire splices. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Okay.
I see what you're talking about. All right, and what about the other one?
The other one is almost similar. Todd was the same contractor, of course, was called upon when they were building the playground, when he was ready to put the post for the playground, and he did the excavation, and he did have locate come, but unfortunately, this is one of those lines that locate didn't identify. And when he did his excavation, he pulled this conduit, and I didn't know at the time, but he was asked to relocate this conduit because it wouldn't pass inspection because of where it was in the footer for that playground. That one wasn't a damage. We're talking about number 4, right? 1453.
Yeah, 1453.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so what about these ones these are over our procurement costs? There's several of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, we have 4 of them, and they all related to.
No, there's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
And they're over our procurement amounts.
Okay, there was a revised version. Maybe you're looking, there's supposed to be 4. If you're looking at the one that says 1973, that's not the updated version, which I can submit next time. But we do have 4 in the 2000, and they each emergency repair done on the boulevard for lighting that were damaged. I mean, they had to restore power to electric light poles. Some of them they had to troubleshoot, that took a little bit longer, and some other ones they just had to go and do the repair, and it was according to the procurement manual, that was considered an emergency repair, and it was done for the health, safety, and welfare of the people here.
Okay, so where are these lights at that they're considered an emergency that didn't come before the commission?
Well, if you keep in mind, the commission, the commission meets every month, once monthly, and usually those things happen where the commission would have met another 2 weeks or sometime, the end of the month, and this considered emergency is totally dark on the boulevard, and they had to go and do a repair.
Okay, so we had 54 meetings last year. Anything that was subject to emergency should have come before us. I don't think any of this was a dire emergency.
Okay. There are
I'm just trying to find out how you're justifying these as emergencies. 19.
How do I justify as emergency?
Yeah.
Because because it was dark on the boulevard, and we needed to have lighting on the boulevard, and it was totally dark. And that's considered an emergency based on that.
So for Wait, all of these items here then are emergencies on Boulevard. So let me go through all of them then, because
All of them or four of them?
well, all of them. There's four of. You're saying there's four of them. You're saying the 1973 is not included. So
Right, I
let's
said
start with
four.
the September of 19.
Right, there are four of them.
Okay, location of them.
Okay, there is one here that is the
1903. This one here is troubleshoot. Troubleshoot and restore power to electric poles. Verify that the power on the upstream of 48th and the downstream on 52nd. Okay, and that's September of 19. I'll go to this next one. 2001. Okay, so I have this one here is 618 of 20 that you're saying is not included, but it's over the procurement around as well.
Can you repeat this the number?
Yeah, it's 20-01. It says here, Town of Pembroke Park, furnish and install duplex and quadplex receptacles. Okay. So we're also talking over the procurement amount.
This is the one that I mentioned was this particular I submitted a revised version that didn't make the list.
Okay.
So that one is really a mistake from the contractor. He put two different work requests into one invoice, and later on he corrected it, and I resubmitted. It didn't make this meeting, but it was resubmitted.
07. Hold on, let me get into 07 here. 2007.
So let me hold on. I want to just make a comment here so the other commissioners can hear while you're getting into the detail. JC, Harry, myself, and Miriam met on this, and everything was talked about. Of course, she'll explain it all. But the procurement manual, or the expense manual, I call it, it allows for emergencies for the health, safety, welfare. And what you see on this agenda, there is an item bringing this up because the three of us felt like, that's Harry, JC, and myself, felt like that we're going to bring this up and better fine tune it to where it works better for our system. For example, where JC comes from, $10,000 is the number, is the amount of money that he could spend, and it'd be okay. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to make it better. We're going to meet on this. It's item, Marlon, what item is that, if I may?
Well, listen, so historically, the biggest fraud that happens in municipalities is when people claim something is an emergency and it's not. So, and we have a procurement of that we changed to 1,500 for a reason, so we can keep track of what's being spent, and that money's just not going out without any.
That's true. That's right. That's true. But remember that we just enacted that, and so we knew that we would come back if necessary. I'm just pointing out, Commissioner, that we're going to bring this back up. The three of us are going to meet again. Harry, JC, that's the town manager, and myself, we're going to meet, and then we're going to bring it back up to the commission to see if we can't make things a little better, more effective invoices, so forth, so on. And so know that that's coming. Okay.
So my concern here that I need to bring forward to the commission is 4 to 5 of these items are over our procurement amount. And we got invoices dating back to last year. These are a year old. Why haven't these come forward till now?
Unfortunately, the contractor delayed submitting their invoices. They only did that last June, and they had some errors, and they had to keep going back and do correction. I agree that it's almost a year, and several times I had requested them to submit their invoices, and there is so much that I can push for them to submit.
Miriam, do we have a net 30 policy on our invoices with contractors?
Our policy. I'm sorry, say that.
Do we have a net 30 policy on our invoices with our contractors? Do they have to respond within 30 days?
No.
What's their time frame?
I don't know what, I mean, I know we're supposed to pay, we have a pay on time policy, but in terms of them submitting on time, I mean, a particular days, I have not seen one, but I did to address that issue. I did mention to them they need to submit, no later than 45 days after completion of their work.
Okay. Normally in business, there's 30, 60, and 90 days that you're given for responses and to submit your work. Contractors don't get paid until their invoices are submitted. Then I think we may need to reconsider another contractor if we're waiting for a year for our invoices to come through. Are you keeping track of all of these? Are these all in order? Because they don't seem. This is just one contractor for electrical.
Yes, that same contractor was awarded another contract before, and they kind of had the same, unfortunately, bad thing to they delay. I don't know why they delay, but going forward, being more strict with them. We can terminate the contract if that's the commission wishes. However, this is a 2-year contract that they have 9 more months to go.
And if I may, Harry, are you jotting all this down, what the commissioner mentioned, 30, 60, 90 days, so we can look at this and get these forms correct? Because this pertains to everything that we buy. And,
absolutely.
Absolutely. So here,
just so that the commissioner understands also, just to get a little insight as to how finance works as it relates to bills. We don't sit on any invoices. The town, we pretty much pay as the bills come in. And as signers of the checks, I think all the commissioners here have signed the checks. So you see that you're very rarely seeing a check from the same vendor multiple times throughout the month. It's because we're getting them in and we're getting them out as soon as they come in. So I fully understand where Commissioner Jacobs was saying as far as 30, 60, 90. Those are terms that vendors normally set when they invoice out customers.
And I'd like to point out one other issue here, Harry. I don't mean to interrupt, but looking at work order 0202, removing existing burnt light bulb and replacing with LED light bulb. Identified burnt out light bulb on decorative pole at Scarlett's Cabaret, replaced with town furnished LED light bulb. We literally paid someone $350 to change a light bulb.
Those particular light bulbs, they're special on the boulevard. I mean, on the Antique Road and by Scarlett or Southwest 38th Street. This is something that keep in mind that a lot of those requests, beside the last 2 or 3, that's the way the town been doing it.
Okay. So we provided the light bulb. We bought the light bulb. We had the light bulb. We didn't pay for the light bulb, but we paid $350 for somebody to change a light bulb.
No, they also have to install the cable. It wasn't just, let me see. This is 11.
Install light bulb.
Let me see.
I will read it once again.
Let me
Identify
see,
burnt
yeah.
out bulb on decorative light pole at Scarlett's Cabaret, and replace it with town furnished LED light bulb. Weekly
Right.
$350 to replace a light bulb.
Okay, it sounds like it's one light bulb, but there were several. Okay, and by the way, this particular work, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while. I was told that the town truck was not available, and this is work that needed to be done because
So we don't have a ladder?
No,
These
that
aren't-
one wouldn't
these
work.
aren't 100 feet in
I'm
the air.
sorry, that wouldn't have worked with a ladder.
Okay, if I may, I'm going to interject. I think it'll be a lot better. I think we should do this. Commissioner Jacobs, why don't you meet with Harry, JC, and Miriam and go over these issues? We'll put it on the agenda for.
So just
instead
again,
of
my
sitting
concern,
here,
Howard, my
Yeah,
concern
well-
is that we got procurement issues here. That's what my concern is. There's stuff that just doesn't really fit. So that's what my concern is. I don't want this happening. You know, we shouldn't be. This is where we need control of our money in this town.
That's
We need to pay
right. So
attention to
what
where
we're going to
it's being
do,
spent.
instead
So
of us.
we can
so
move on
take-
to the next one. That's fine. I think
But-
everyone
Yep.
understands my point on this one.
Yeah, of course. And that's why we're going to go, the three of us, I explained it already. It's an item down the list. We want to go and look how we can make it and set and make it better. Okay, so this will all be addressed. Your comments are well taken. Of course, if you want to sit with them, and then we'll bring it all back up when we vote on this or whatever we do with it. So let's just move it along if we can. And we're going to deal with it and address it. I think Harry knows it's serious, JC, myself, all 5 commissioners. And that's why we're going to look at it and make changes as necessary. Okay, so is it okay, Jeffrey, if we move on? Commissioner
Move
Jacobs?
on.
Okay, Marlon, where are we at now?
9.7, sir.
Oh, 9.7, sorry.
Okay, legal fee invoices for Agatha Muse Salters and Michelle Riley, Assistant Finance Director, Harry. I call him Harry because I'm bad at pronouncing the last name.
All good, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, Commission, what you have here in front of you again, requesting approval for payment. You have two separate invoices for two separate firms, one representing the town in the Agatha Muse Salters case, and the other firm representing us in the Michelle Riley case. These bills were turned into finance received these bills last week. Again, exceeds the dollar amount, so we are asking commission approval to go ahead and make these payments for services rendered. We did speak with Chris Ryan, the town attorney, and he advised us that the work performed falls in line with the scope of work needed for the work.
Okay, and then what are the amounts? Let us know, what are the amounts?
Sure. The first amount is to Sniffin and Spellman, PA. They are handling the Agatha Muse Salters case for us. The dollar amount for that is $19,347.50. And the second invoice, bear with me, I'm sorry, is from Johnson and Selmo Murdoch Burke Piper. They're handling the case against Michelle Riley, as previously stated. And the total amount of that is $10,752.50. Please note also that these bills are only through July 31st. So there are potentially more bills on their way for the month of August, and if other bills, if work is going to be performed in future months as well. Again, this is only through July 31st.
Okay, and don't we have a shade meeting or something? Is that tomorrow?
That's tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Chris?
Tomorrow, 3 o'clock, Howard.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
asking.
correct. Yes.
Okay, and Chris, do you agree with everything that Harry said about the invoices, the Spellman and the Riley
Yes, I reviewed both of those invoices, and the hourly rates are what they were quoted to town in their engagement letters. And the amount of time it took for them to perform the services is correct. It's consistent with any other work that a law firm in litigation would do in that matter.
Okay, without objection, put it on the agenda for the regular meeting, Marlon, that's coming up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when I say regular meeting, that's defined as what's the date and time on that? So I don't have to keep saying date and time, but when I say,
It's September 9th, sir,
at what time?
at 7 p.m.
Okay, so when I say put it on the regular agenda, that's gonna be the time and the meeting that we're talking about. Okay, so 9.8. Okay, Marlon, you wanna take that one? Bills over 500, Assistant Finance Director, Harry?
Yes, again, requesting commission approval. This is what the commission normally receives on a monthly basis. A list of invoices over 500 for review, but also included are the invoices over $1,500 requesting commission approval.
Okay,
so again,
no objections. Could you put that on the consent? If no commissioner has an objection?
Yes, sir.
I have no objection. You know what? Howard, we have to go back to 9.6 real quick.
Okay, 9.6, okay, go back.
Okay, so here's my concerns that I want the commission to be aware of. That none of these were brought before the commission, especially the ones that were over the consent or under the procurement amount. The procurement policy was not followed on any of these, and I don't know whose signature's on these. I can't even read the signature. So I think when we do these, I think people should be not just signing their name, but printing it on it too, so we know whose signature it is. I honestly don't know who signed them. So,
and that's why we're gonna bring all that up. You got that down, Harry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna look right into and bring it right back up because this has to be corrected ASAP.
I'm sorry, this is Stephanie. Can I make a comment?
Hi, Steph.
Of course, yes.
If these repairs were emergencies, when we do an emergency purchase order request, it doesn't have to be approved by the commission. So that's when Todd was there. So, I mean, I would have to look back at the paperwork, but I'm sure that Todd signed off on the purchase order, and that's why it wasn't brought before the commission, because he put it in as an emergency repair.
Okay, and
Stephanie, I'd like to disagree with you on that. If you look at the purchase order of the procurement ordinance, emergency purchases are allowed to be authorized by the department head with the town manager's consent, but later it has to be approved by the town commission. So
well, that's what we're doing now.
Yeah, it's not a blank check.
Right.
This is for any emergency. So it does later come before the town commission.
And that's what we're doing now.
No, I was just saying the invoice, the purchase order doesn't have to be approved by the commission. The invoice does.
Okay, and we're going to take all that up, Stephanie. Well, good point
correct
from everybody. That's right. And so we know that there's an exception in there, and that's what we're going to look into everything. We can put these on the agenda to be approved, and then we're going to come back, the manager, myself, and Harry, and look how we can make all this better. Okay?
Well, before we approve these, some of these ones that are over our procurement and out of our procurement, before approval, I think we need to look into and make sure these are correct and fix and make sure these are brought before properly and done properly.
Well, that's
because these are, like I said, these go back a year. That's ridiculous. Even emergency things we should be getting within the month that it happened. So we shouldn't be sitting on stuff for a year. That's
I don't think we sat on it. So. It's my understanding they weren't submitted. But what we're going to do, let's put them down. It's being brought back. It's being brought up in front of the commission the proper way. This is the way the manual says to do it. And that's why you see it at the workshop. You're voicing your comments, well taken. And then
we can move on.
Move it forward. And we'll move it forward like I asked. Okay, Marlon?
I just want to say my phone died. I don't know if anything was said while I was gone. I had to just come back.
Okay, we're here. Okay, so that being said, where are we at now, Marlon? 9.9?
9.9, sir.
Okay, 9.9, bank balances, Assistant Finance Director, Harry.
Yes, what you have here is just informational purposes, just to give you a snapshot of the account balances for the town. Again, one of the monthly reports that the commission receives from the finance department.
Okay, no comment. What do you need on that? What type of action do you need?
No action needed. No
Just
action needed.
disclosure.
Strictly disclosure and informational purposes. So again, keep transparency and let the commission know what the status of the bank balances are.
That's good. Okay, 9.1, is that O or Q? That's O. Employee leave report. Again, Harry, Assistant Finance Director, Harry.
Yep. Again, informational purposes only. It's a report that the commission has been receiving on a monthly basis. It's a detailed report of all the employees with their leave banks, which include sick, vacation, and any other time that is owed to the employees. So that's what you have here in front of you.
Okay, and then so any comments, suggestions? Hearing none. 9.12, I think we're jumping over to grooms, business tax receipt and billing update, BTR, administrator, grooms. Michelle?
Actually, I'm gonna take over.
Okay, go ahead.
No problem. Again, so what you have here is informational. Again, just to give you a snapshot status of where we are as far as collections. Just want to note to the commission that we're taking a very hard look at the receivable balances as it relates to business tax receipts. Some of the things that we discussed earlier this evening as it relates to the write-off policy and the sign variances, that's also related to, just so the commission understands, I didn't get a chance to mention it before, those are needed for because of the audit and audit findings. Again, to try to get a clean audit, these are things that need to get done. And in addition to that, we're taking a harder look at all these accounts. So what you have here in front of you, again, page 1 is just a snapshot of all your sign variances, reimbursable expenses, all the accounts that have balances and work where our town planner or attorney are doing work for them. Gives you a general idea as far as what the outstanding balances are. If you look at the status, you'll see billing current as of 8/13. That's to inform you, the commission, that we are up to date, that Michelle has taken up as up to date in her billing for the reimbursable expenses to the customers.
Okay, any action needed or just disclosure?
This is just, okay, so what you see here is just disclosure. If you disclosure, strictly disclosure. If there's any questions, we'll leave it at disclosure. If there's any questions, feel free to contact myself and Michelle, and we can answer or ask any questions you have as it relates to anything on this report. Okay.
9.13, update on its outstanding renewal fiscal year 2018-2019. It says BTR administrative rooms, but I assume that you're going to take this one too, right, Harry?
That is correct, sir. Again, this is just informational. There's nothing new to report here. This just goes back to just a refresher to the commission as it relates to existing determining whether these accounts are in fact in business. And what you see here is what was 75 accounts has now been dwindled down to 20 accounts. And if you look at that first page, summary page, again, informational purposes, most of them have been referred to code. And then there are some other accounts that we're still trying to determine. But again, page 1 just gives you a snapshot of what's remaining from the initial start of 75 accounts down to 20.
Okay, so before we leave this whole section, Harry, we're going to go back to 9.6. Harry, you're the finance and budget director, and you looked at all these invoices, and so did the town manager. And so tell me, I don't want to say what, you approved this, right? And it's being done the correct way now.
Definitely going forward, I'd like to say yes, it's being done the correct way. As far as what all the documentation here related to 9.6, I have no knowledge. I had no knowledge of any of this repair work. It appears that yes, it seems to be okay. I'm going strictly. My comments are based strictly on what I'm hearing from yourself as well as from Miriam as it relates to an emergency repair. If that's the position that we're going to take, then I support. I stand behind it, and I'll support it. But as far as the actual work itself and procurement, I just found out about this last week. So other than that, I think it would be wise for me not to comment on it.
Okay.
Because I just don't know.
Vice Mayor, and just as a reminder, the contractor emailed us a stack of invoices maybe a week and a half ago, and that's why we're in the right here right now.
Right. They were mailed in late. So we're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. We're going to bring that all up, JC, as we talk. We'll go through the manual, make sure we you guys come up with policy to help correct this, or help deal with it. I'm not going to say it's corrected because you heard Stephanie talk. So anyway, we're going to get into this. I just want to make sure that the commissioners know that we met, and I'm glad you said that comment, JC, and that Harry and JC looked it all over. And so let's move it on. So then let's go to number 10, Human Resources, 10.1, hiring of Town Attorney, Clerk Commissioner Jacob, Human Resource Director Meningazzo, but I call her Yolanda.
Hello.
Hi, Yolanda.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the item? I had some noise in the background.
I'll read it to you, Yolanda.
No, whoa, I'll read it. Sorry, I'm going to read it. Thank you. 10, Human Resources, 10.1, hiring of Town Attorney, Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, Human Resource Director Yolanda. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So we had a total of 16 applicants, as you're aware, for the Town Attorney position. Human Resources interviewed 5 of those applicants, and once we conducted the interviews, we narrowed it down to 3 candidates that met the minimum requirements that we were looking for as far as the credentials and the experience and the qualifications. So we have 3 candidates that the Town Commission has conducted interviews for. We have Melissa Anderson, Jose Smith, and Michael Pizzi. So now it would be up to the commission to make a determination on who they would like to proceed with, if they would like to proceed.
And how do you want us to do that? You're going to send us like you've done in the past, who we would select?
Howard, you understand this is my item as well, right?
Okay, I'll throw it back over to you. Just let me comment a little bit on
it.
So just get it organized. Wait a second. Just hold on. I'm going to throw it over to you.
This is my item.
I want to make sure
it's the Human Resources Department.
Okay, just hold on a minute. I just want everybody to hear the format, how we're going to proceed with it. So Yolanda, just tell us how we are going to proceed, or Jeffrey, either one of you.
That was what I was exactly going to do, Howard.
Then go ahead.
Before I was cut off. So I believe we need to do this the same way we've been consistent with all the others. So now that we've interviewed 3 attorneys, I think we need to rank all of us commissioners, rank our the 3 in the order from 1 to 3, giving the point values for number 1 is 3, rank number, person number 2, 2 points, and number 3, 3. We do the point system again, because this makes it equal across the board for all of us. So within, by Friday, again, doing the same thing as we did before. By Friday evening at 5, we submit, all us commissioners submit to the HR, our list of the 3 in ranking order. And at the next meeting, they're brought forward, and then we have the town attorney with the resolution on how to bring that person on.
Yeah, and if I may, Yolanda and Jeffrey, we don't have to vote for somebody. We can just feel like there's one person that we like, and that's what we want to see. Can't we just go there? Or maybe that should go to Ryan. Do we have to do 1, 2, 3, or can we do just one person stands out in my mind, and I would like to see them in? Attorney Ryan?
You're supposed to rank them, but if you only have one candidate that you want to hire, then put that one candidate in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Yolanda. My question was answered. So everybody, Jeffrey, you want to go on with it? And everything is
Nope.
okay?
Just by Friday, 5 o'clock, make sure you submit your order to HR.
Okay.
If I could interject, please.
Yes.
Chris, Attorney Ryan, you sent me an email
Yep.
stating that not to obtain rankings from the commission.
Yep.
So I
Right.
didn't obtain them. Would you still like this to occur, or do you want the discussion to go on right now for everybody that went ahead and interviewed who they feel is their top candidate?
Well, I don't know if everybody's prepared to make that have that discussion at this point. Yeah, but the basic rule is that all votes have to be made at a public hearing. So I would prefer that you get all the votes only be given at the next meeting.
Okay,
unless you have if everybody has their ballots done for today, fine. But if you don't, then hold them, and you'll get to the meeting at next week from Wednesday, and it'll be the same situation. You'll just say, okay, Commissioner Jacobs, I like Mr. Smith, Mr. Jones, Mr. Williams, blah blah blah. We'll go through all the rankings just like we've done in the past. We did for the town for the other
Okay,
positions
Chris, and
where
then,
commissioners
Chris,
have voted.
if we do this at the next meeting, will you have a resolution available to bring that person on?
Yes, and then there's already had some discussion with Ms. Menegazzo about preparing a contract for the town attorney. So we'll have a format that the town deems to be acceptable, prepared and ready to make that when the commission makes their selection, make that offer to the candidate.
Okay, so then let me do this then. So Marlon, let's put this on for the next meeting. It will be a vote where we submit you via email the ranking numbers during the meeting, or we just read them out in the order. Chris, would it be better?
But it may just be since we're in a little different environment to just let's just call do a roll call, and like you'd say Commissioner Jacobs, you'd say I take Smith, then Jones, and then Williams or whatever. And then
Okay. So then we'll do that next meeting. We'll read all commissions will read their vote in order, and then have the clerk tally the votes.
Yeah, I would prefer it that way. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We can do it that way.
Okay, you got it?
All right, next meeting.
We gotta take a 10-minute break. My computer is shutting down and I gotta reboot it. So we're gonna take 10 minutes, okay, gang? If we don't mind.
Yep.
So we're out. Marlon, take the
Yes,
time
yes.
and let 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Start the timer.
I gotta shut this thing down.
It's been 10 minutes.
Yeah, it has. I think Marlon's reaching out to find out.
Yeah,
what's
I'm
going
here.
on.
Let's get moving. We got a long meeting.
Vice Mayor Clark? Are we able to get started again, sir? Vice Mayor Clark?
I'm here.
All right.
I'm here.
Are you
And
ready to
what I
get
had-
started again?
Yeah, we will, but I wanted to tell the technical problem. We had to shut it down and then reboot it back up and come back in, and now it's charging the way it's supposed to. Okay, so hold on. I don't have anything yet. Wait a minute. Where is the thing? Okay, Mark,
Yeah, I'm here.
can we get a bigger picture of everybody, all the commissioners?
Yeah, the whole picture's, whoever's got a live camera will come up, sir.
Okay, oh, there we go. Okay.
There we go.
Just got
Commissioner
it.
DeVille's up. I'm sure we'll
Okay.
get Commissioner Jacobs, Commissioner Cohen.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, you're there, and Cohen, okay. So now, Marlon, where are we at now?
Sir, we are now we're in Human Resources and we're going to 10.2.
Okay, very good. Okay, 10.2, Personnel Manual, Human Resource Director Yolanda. Go ahead, Yolanda.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on a second. Sorry, Yolanda. I'm still confused. What were we doing with the last item? 10.1? What?
10.1, I thought that Jeffrey, and he can correct it, and so can Marlon if I'm wrong. I thought we're supposed to, by Friday, submit who we want the pick of, I guess, 1, 2, and 3. Would that be correct? Yolanda, you explain it, or Jeffrey Jacobs.
No, sir.
Okay, somebody explain it.
At the next meeting, what we're doing is we're going to read our 1, 2, 3 list on the dais, and then Marlon will tally the votes and then read the winner.
Okay.
The top candidate.
Okay, Ray? Okay. So let's go. Okay, 10.2, Yolanda.
Yes. So this is regarding the new employee handbook. So this is based on the handbook that OL Wingo prepared. And what I have done is I have updated the OL Wingo handbook based on the different situations that we've had over the last several months to make sure that we have certain practices in place and procedures in place that would avoid any type of issues in the future. It's pretty comprehensive. I even included an emergency management section covering essential staff versus non-essential staff, things of that nature when there's a natural or man-made disaster. And the other thing that I included was simply any other best practices, clarifications that I thought were applicable to the town. So that's what we have right now.
Vice Mayor, you're muted. We can't hear you, sir.
Sorry, I apologize. You want to move this forward for the next meeting, the regular meeting, Yolanda, to be voted on?
Yes, I would like for the commissioners to reach out to me individually if there's any specific section that you would like even more clarification on, or if you'd like to understand something, so that at the next meeting or before the next meeting, I could present any modifications that we've made over the course of the next 2 weeks. So if you have any questions, reach out to me individually. And then of course, I'd like the feedback from the town attorney. I think you'll like the handbook, Mr. Attorney, but any feedback that you have on any language specifically that you'd like to modify.
Okay, everybody? Going on, 10.3, payroll process, ADP company, HR director, Yolanda.
Okay, so this is a combined effort between myself and Mr. Taubenfeld in finance regarding the payroll process. So the payroll process right now, as you're all aware, it's a very labor-intensive process. We currently process payroll on a weekly basis, and it takes a good 2 to 3 days to get the process done. It's very time consuming. It's not an efficient use of time right now. The current setup that we have, the current system that we utilize, is not a true payroll system. It doesn't have any type of integration capabilities. The staff right now has to report all of the taxes on the employee's part and the employer's part to the IRS, which payroll systems, you pay them to do that for you. And, these are accounting professionals that handle that risk and liability for you. Everything right now is essentially manual. So what we are proposing is that we move forward with a payroll solution that would have electronic personnel files, which all of you are aware of the amount of public records requests that we get regarding personnel files. Everything right now is on paper. I would love to get that automated because you can view who has accessed files. You can view if anybody has deleted a file. You can set certain permissions up. I think that the checks and balances would be really great when it comes to these systems. We would have an electronic performance evaluation or performance appraisal process so that managers get alerts when their staff are due for an evaluation, and they'll keep getting alerts until they get it done. You'll have the recruiting process, which in my opinion, because of the police department coming on board, that's going to be critical. Right now, our hiring process is manual. I send you an Excel spreadsheet of who applied, how they applied, what day they applied, if we interviewed them or not. And this will be an actual applicant tracking system that will show all of this with the click of a button. So, and I find that it's very important, especially for the police department, because of how many people will be adding to our team, to have a sophisticated applicant tracking system. And then it would have an onboarding system as well. So all the new hire paperwork, it would be like a self-service portal for the employees to fill out their own information. We're talking about a sophisticated system that is not very costly. We obtained 4 proposals, and of the 4 proposals, myself and Harry, we recommended to the town manager, and the town manager was in agreement to move forward with ADP. I think that ADP is a great system. They have all the capabilities that we need. I based the proposal on 35 employees, knowing that we would have a few more to add to our headcount. So we'll probably be at 35 within the next 2 months. And then of course, as we continue to grow, the cost will go up because you pay per employee. But right now, based on 35 employees, ADP comes in at $7,539 a year. The first year you actually get a discount, so it's about 6,000 something. But after that, every year it's $7,500 approximately a year. And then they waived the entire implementation fees. So no upfront fees and no long-term contract, which is wonderful. So that's the recommendation that we have. We would probably take our payroll process from anywhere from 2 to 3 days a week to 2 to 3 hours every 2 weeks. Because we are recommending that during this implementation, we move from a weekly payroll to a bi-weekly payroll in order to become more efficient. And I know that a lot of people love that weekly check, but most organizations have it on a bi-weekly schedule, just because of efficiency purposes and the amount of time it takes to process payroll. So that's what we're recommending. I provided the 4 proposals. Aside from the capabilities that ADP has to offer, that I think it's the best system, it was also the best pricing. There's one proposal that's a little bit less than ADP, but it was a human capital management system that did not include the actual payroll and tax filings. So if we were to integrate with another system for payroll, it would have been much more expensive. But of the other 3 that do provide the full HR and payroll and tax filings, ADP was the least expensive at $7,500 approximately per year.
Any questions, commissioners? Do you feel comfortable moving forward with this without without more research, or does everybody, how do you feel about it?
I'd just like to put my 2 cents in here. This, by going to the biweekly paycheck, it cuts down the cost of our payroll drastically. So, and this implemented system that Yolanda's been talking about, I think is great. There's many businesses that use it. I use it for Silver and everywhere else too. So, I think it's something that we should just put on the consent agenda and move forward.
Okay, other commissioners, Ray, Gina, how do you want to just move forward? Or do you want to research it a little more?
I'd like to move
I'm okay with
forward.
that. Yeah, let's move forward.
Okay, consent agenda, Marlon? Marlon?
Yes, sir, sorry. Yes, I marked it for consent agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna go 11, information technology, 11.1, new laptops and peripherals for public works and building departments, IT, and that would be, Mark, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am. How you doing?
11.1, that's yours. Marlon, I took
Okay,
that one, okay?
Yeah, for the commission approval, we just need to order some laptops for various departments and some other peripherals for building. The quotes are there. It's off a government contract. If anybody has any questions, just let me know.
Okay, so let's move that one forward. Put it on the agenda, Marlon. Somebody put a hand up?
So, question, anybody?
Was there a question?
That could go on the consent also.
Okay, put that on the consent, okay? And then without any objection from a commissioner. 11.2, licenses for capture client antivirus. Mark,
Yeah.
that's you, IT Administrator Pakula.
Yes, these are just prorated quotes that we got. Since we're going live with certain softwares, we need additional licenses for this and 11.3. This is just the cost there prorated to match up with the current software that we're having.
Okay, without any objection from any commissioner or anybody else, let's put this on the consent. That's 11.2. I described that. And then 11.3, Barracuda licensing for email security, IT Administrator Mark. I have to read it, Mark.
No problem, sir. Yeah, same thing. We're just adding more licenses for the amount of people that we have for, like I said, new software's coming on, and that's pretty much it. Anybody has any questions?
Okay, so put that on the consent also, Marlon, without any objections. Okay, so we'll move on to 12, planning and zoning, 12.1, site development plan for O'Reilly Auto Parts at 4700 Hallandale Beach Boulevard, Town Planner Miller.
Good evening, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, good evening.
Good evening. I got 2 items on our area of the agenda today.
Take 12-1 to 12.1, okay?
Right. This is a proposed site development plan approval for a O'Reilly's Auto Parts store. The subject site is located at 48th Avenue and Hallandale Beach Boulevard at the southeast corner. This is a larger piece of land that was subdivided a couple of years ago into 3 pieces. The Dollar General store was built at the corner. This is the piece immediately east of the Dollar General store. There will be 1 remaining piece between O'Reilly and the new shopping center 4520 in the future. When we subdivided the land, there were cross-access easements put in for roadway and for utility. So it kind of makes it simple to do the layouts, if you will. This particular site for O'Reilly's, 0.8 acres. The building is right around 8,000 square feet. It's a, if you've seen the new O'Reilly Auto Parts store, there's a lot of brick products and stucco. There's raised panels on the building. The architecture is pretty nice. It's not a plain box. They will be putting the royal palms along the front of the road. There'll be the buffer wall in the back to protect the houses. So, pretty straightforward application. It took a little longer to get through the system. DOT kind of gave them a little bit of a hard time, and then there was some lapses with the back and forth, and then of course the virus. They were coming through the system earlier this year, and then the virus slowed them up from us meeting as a DRC. We finally cleared it through DRC, and the Planning and Zoning Board met recently and recommended approval unanimously, subject to the conditions that are in our staff report. So we're recommending approval of this application, and it could be placed on the regular meeting for action. There is a representative from the Florida agent that is helping process this. Ms. Rubio is, you can see her on the screen here if you have any questions.
Okay, go ahead. Is there any
I have no
questions?
questions.
Okay, so how do you want to dispose of this, Mike?
If you could give direction to place this on the, I guess it's the September 9th regular voting meeting for action, that would be sufficient.
Okay, without any objections, 12.1, we'll put it on the regular agenda meeting as a line item.
Yes.
Okay, 12.2, fence encroachment, planner, Michael Miller.
Okay, thank you. This item, for those of you that are familiar with the old Granger building on Park Road, just north of Hollandale Beach Boulevard, it underwent a renovation over the last couple of years, I guess. Mostly it was a internal thing, but there was a new skin put on the building. They also built some fencing around the parking areas for security. Along Bryan Road, there's a chain link fence along Park Road. They built a new aluminum fence. When we went out to inspect it, it was discovered that the fence was placed several feet, like 2 to 3 feet, into the city's right-of-way for Park Road. They could move it back, and we talked about that with the representative, Mr. Michael Koretsky, who's on the screen now. And we said, you know, 2 choices: move it back, put it on your own property, or you could ask to get an encroachment agreement. We did this recently with the Seneca Commerce Center, where they inadvertently put a little piece of it in the right-of-way at 40th and 25th. So we have kind of worked out the bugs on how to do that. So I told him I would place it on for discussion purposes. It's really a commission-driven thing, whether we all choose to let it stay where it's at. You might get some consideration for that, like you did with the Seneca Commerce Center. You don't have to do that. They would obviously prefer to leave it where it's at. This is one of the few pieces along Park Road that was built in more modern times, and they granted additional right-of-way for Park Road, which allows it to be widened in the future. Many of the older buildings up and down the road are built right up to the road, and there's, if we ever wanted to widen it to, say, 3 lanes, like a center lane, or 4 lane, which I don't think the traffic would warrant, but it's shown on the traffic ways plan as a future wider road. So it's really a discussion item. I'll let Mr. Koretsky present his case to you, but I just wanted to frame what the issue was.
Hello, good evening, everybody. It's Michael Koretsky. I'm the representative of the company. And like Mike Miller said, the fence guy inadvertently did put the fence on some property that wasn't ours. It represents maybe about a little over 2 feet. And we continue to maintain the property beautifully. And I'm sure most of you have been by there, Park Road, but it turned out to be a fantastic renovation, quite an expensive one that we're proud of. And we hope that the commissioners could agree to allow us to keep the fence where it's at by doing this agreement that Mr. Miller is representing.
Any questions from anybody? What you want to do? So what's the pleasure of the commission?
I think Gina had a question.
Oh, okay, Gina, sorry about that. You're recognized.
I wanted to see the picture. Is there a backup on that, Michael?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm looking for it.
There's some photos and there's some site plan type of drawings there, yes.
Okay, go ahead, move on.
Are you sure, Gina? Okay, so, but what is the commission, what's the feeling of the commission? Do you want him to move it back? Are you interested in doing an agreement, or do you want to go out there and see it? Drive by and see it? Yeah, I think that would be good.
Yeah, I'd like to drive by and see it.
Okay, so you want to, Mike, do you have a problem with us postponing it? And we're bringing it up another time, the next month, so we could kind of look into it? Or do you think, Gina, you could, and
No, next week would be fine.
Okay, and we'll bring it up as a line item. Okay,
All right,
so,
thank you.
okay, you're welcome. So Jeffrey, you got something? Okay, Ray? Okay, so let's put that on the item, on the agenda, for the regular agenda as a line item.
Okay.
Marlon?
Yes, sir.
So I get the two pieces to this, if I can, just in closure. There's, are you going to let them do it and do the encroachment agreement? And if so, in the Seneca case, the town charged a little bit of money for that. And we could do that here too. So I want you to think about that. I put something in my backup material. So if you want to think about that and if you need to discuss it with me or whomever, we can do that in the next 2 weeks.
And how many feet is it encroaching?
It's about 2 or 3 feet, but like the Seneca one was just a very small section of wall. This is the entire frontage along Park Road. So the square footage is much more than the other situation. I don't know if that relates to the dollar amount that we did on the other one to this one, but that came into play in my mind.
This is Mr. Koretsky again. If you drive by, you'll see that it's I think it might be the only property that has any grass frontage on Park Road. So it's not like a truck or some traffic's going to be in the way of it. It's done in a way that it's secure so that there is no damage to the highway or to any of our employees that park inside as well. And as you drive by, if you haven't already, you'll see it's beautifully done, it's beautifully maintained, and we have been maintaining the right-of-way, the public right-of-way, that we continue to maintain that on behalf of the city.
Okay, the only comment that I want to make, commissioners, is that that we are searching for grants to improve our Park Road, and that no matter what you do, it's going to have to be somewhere stipulated that when we go forward with this, that then they will have to move that fence back.
Yeah,
and maybe wait a minute. Let me just make one more thought. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe as part of letting them do it, we can get more right away, Chris and Mike, because
Vice Mayor, it's actually it's not an encroachment agreement. It's technically a license agreement. So we're allowing them to use that part of the town property under a revocable license. So in the event the town ever needed to reclaim that property for some type of roadway improvement, we would have that right. So we're not conveying the property to them. We're allowing them to use it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clear, because we have the Park Road MPO, one of the grants. So we're working on that, and so everybody just has to be aware that at the time that it's necessary, that has to be taken out if you let them keep it there to begin with. Again, what I would like Mike and Ryan to look into, as part of us allowing them to keep it, maybe you could get more right away. That's all. I'm just throwing that out there. That's up to you all. Okay, so we'll take a look at it, put it down as a line item, and we'll take it up at the regular commission meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, Marlon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and thank you, Marlon, very much. Okay, so we're done with all those. Let's go. Before we move on to another, we're going to leave planning and zoning. Does any commissioner have any comments, any questions? You know, you could always call them. Feel free to call. Okay. Okay. 13, public services. 13.1, FEMA forklift. Interim Public Service Director Miriam Jocks, and Project Manager Stephanie Woodbury. So I don't know how you want to handle that, Miriam. You bring it up first and then throw it to, that's up to you, to Stephanie. But that's up to you.
Okay. Based on since COVID, for the food giveaway, we've been wanting to release a forklift. And at one point, the mayor mentioned that the forklift could have been reimbursable if we purchased one. So project manager Stephanie Woodbury did the search to see how much one will cost and if FEMA will reimburse. Stephanie, you want to explain what you discovered? Stephanie, are you there or no?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay.
If you take a look at the quotes, they range between $9,000 and $10,000. I did reach out to FEMA. They basically couldn't give me a straight answer on if we would be reimbursed for the purchase of the equipment. So it's up in the air with that. They do reimburse for the rental of the equipment though. And I know normally in the past, when we use equipment during an emergency, they have equipment rates that they reimburse us for. So I really don't think that we'll be reimbursed for the whole amount of the purchase of the forklift. But you do have the quotes if we want to go ahead and purchase the forklift. But just keep in mind that I don't think that FEMA will reimburse.
So in view of that, we want to know how the commission would like to proceed with that.
May I?
Sure.
How much is it? How much are we looking at?
The one quote is $10,858, and the next one is $10,630.
Okay, and this is going to be used for what?
We use it for the food giveaways. I don't know if maybe Public Works will have other use for it, but that's mainly what we use the forklifts for, food giveaways. Because the food comes on pallets.
Well, you know, my next question, Harry, are we budgeted for this?
Not to my knowledge, no. No.
So, then I have a problem with this.
At this moment, it appears that it's only going to be used for the food giveaway. Public Works, we don't really see the use for it in the future, except when we will pick up for other events, not just, mainly the food giveaway, but it could go toward other events.
May I again? Let
Okay.
me ask you, the forklift, and what would be the rental? Again.
The rental, I don't remember offhand. I don't have the paperwork in front of me.
Oh, okay, can you get the paperwork? Because I would like to see, because if it's something that we're not going to be using all the time, and we didn't budget for it, I'd like to know what the pricing is for the rental.
That's fine. Right now, the food giveaways are canceled for right now for COVID, so it's up to the commission.
Okay.
I'm gonna add my little bit in here. All the only thing the forklifts being used for the town is for the food drives. It's necessary to unload all the trucks, but seeing how we're not doing them right now, when we do them in the future, I think it's cheaper in the long run for us. We don't have to maintain one. We don't have to train people in the town to drive it. It's probably best for the town just to rent it as need be. It is partially reimbursed by FEMA as well, as it is part of the food drive. So, we'll see how things progress down the road, but seeing how it's not a budgeted item, and it's really not a necessity the town needs right now, I personally don't believe we should go forward with it.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, and I agree with that. I think we should just, because we're not going to be using it, so we probably be better off running.
Okay, so again, Ray, you want to comment on this? This was your item, really.
No, I agree. I thought FEMA would have covered the purchase, but since they're not, or Ms. Woodbury don't believe they will, I think renting it on an as-needed basis is probably the best option.
Okay.
And I just looked up one of the invoices in my email, and rentals was $263.
Oh, okay. So we'll leave it at that. But I was going to comment to the commissioners that I think soon we ought to resume the food giveaway. I think that was a really good program. And so that's all I have to say. So we won't go forward right now with it. We'll lean more towards a rental. So now we'll go to 13.2 sub-grant, Interim Public Service Director Jocks and Project Manager Woodbury. So use the same format or procedure. Go ahead, Miriam.
This is the sub-agreement for COVID with FEMA. Basically, what we need is the signature to go along with that, and the town the commission to agree to go forward. Go ahead, Stephanie.
That's it. This is just for us to be able to submit for reimbursement for COVID.
Okay, did everybody lose everybody? Are you there?
No, sir. I hear just fine.
Yeah, we're here.
Vice Mayor, you're muted now. We can't hear you.
Thank you, Marlon. Okay, so put this on the consent and then we'll do the necessary signatures or whatever you're looking for, Miriam and Stephanie. Okay, 13.3, well, I'll have you up there. Alarm contract, Interim Public Service Director Jocks and Project Manager Woodbury.
This is a contract that expired last year, and we need to active. I mean, it's still going on. We're paying month to month, and we just need a consent to go back.
And to continue paying?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's no objections, then we'll put that on the consent.
Is this 13.13 or 13.3?
13.3.
13.3?
Yep, alarm contract.
Okay.
Yep. What you got? Do you have something you want to talk about or mention? Jeffrey?
No, I do not.
Okay, so let's move it on, put it on the consent. Okay. Okay, Marlon, we're at 13.5?
Yes, sir.
Okay, linear walkway, Interim Public Service Director Jocks and Project Manager Woodbury.
We put in asphalt quote for doing the linear asphalt for the linear pathway walkway, and we received 3 bids. Stephanie, you want to go over them, please?
Like Miriam stated, we received 3 quotes. We're basically recommending the lowest bidder, which is Atlantic Southern Paving and Seal Coating. From my understanding, the walkway is in pretty bad shape. Last year, around this time, I think, the Parks Department and some of Public Works, they did a temporary repair, just like a clear seal coat, but the asphalt does need to be redone. The lowest bid was $8,249.
Okay, you want to put that down as a line item, 13.5?
Yes.
Regular? Okay, thank you. Okay, 13.6, uniform rentals, interim public service director Jackson, project manager Woodbury.
Again, this is another contract that needs to be renewed. Same price. We adding to put down the first aid. Stephanie, can you explain more?
Yes. Actually, with this new contract, we actually are getting cheaper prices for the uniform rentals than our previous contract. And this also includes the first aid kits. We do have 2 first aid kits in the building, which was handled by Cintas, but it was billed completely separate. But this contract gives us cheaper pricing on the uniforms, and it includes cheaper pricing for them to restock and quarterly come by and just update the medicine and all the supplies in there. This also is a contract that we were gonna, these pricings are based on the Orlando contract, which is also a co-op contract as well.
And it's a 5-year contract.
Yes.
So we would like to put that on the list too.
Vice Mayor, you're talking, we're not hearing you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, put that on the, oh, I have a hand up. There we go.
So they come in once a month and refill?
No, they come quarterly, and for the uniforms, they come weekly.
Okay, that is right. Okay, so as we said, put that on the consent agenda.
I believe Commissioner Jacobs has his hand up.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with this being on the consent agenda, but I'm starting to see a repetitive issue that I think I need to bring up here. Howard, you keep referring to Miriam as the interim public services director.
Yeah, that's what it says.
At what point did she get that permission or that position? Because I don't remember that coming before the commission.
Yeah, that's why we got this down as an item. It's further down the list, and that will be addressed.
Okay, well, you're kind of putting the cart before the horse then by calling her the interim public services.
Well, that's what that's the job she's been doing. Let's put it like
actually,
that.
she's the assistant public works director.
Well,
that's
I'm reading the agenda. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that other item on the consent, or put it on a line item. I don't care either way, whatever is the preference of the commission. If there's no objections, I'm going to try to put it on the consent. If there's an objection or somebody wants it as a line item, then that's what we can always do. Okay, so without objection, put that on the consent agenda. Okay, 13.7, salvage equipment, interim public service director Jocks and project manager Woodbury.
So you're just going to ignore the conversation that I was having with you on that?
No, I'm going to read what the agenda says. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, then make note that we're going to bring this topic back up for discussion, because this
it's coming up down the road, down the list. Okay, but I'm going to read the agenda. That's my job, and then we could change it later for the next commission meeting, if so be. Okay, 13.7, salvage equipment, interim public service director Jocks and project manager Woodbury. And for the record, I'm reading it verbatim off the agenda. So go ahead.
This is to salvage the the golf cart that Park used to have, and it's no longer cost effective to keep doing repair and replacing the batteries, which cost $800 a piece from what I heard. And then it's not really holding the charges. So one good thing is to put it into the salvage equipment list and have it for auction. Can you explain any further, Stephanie?
No, this was basically one of the, well, it was the golf cart that was located at Behan. It doesn't really get much use, and to replace the batteries is not really worth it because it's a really old golf cart.
Yeah, Ray, go ahead.
What happened when it's salvaged? Is it donated? Is it sold?
No, there's a website that we're on, Gov Deals, and it's basically an auction that we put the equipment on there and people make bids. Recently, we did one of the old lawnmowers, and we got, I think it was like $600, and it was just an old lawnmower that wasn't, we couldn't do anything with it. We couldn't repair it or anything. So we ended up making a profit.
Okay, so we don't just dump it somewhere.
No.
Okay, so let's take that and what do you need approval for this to go forward? So we'll put this on the consent without an objection. Okay, 13.8, access control system, interim public service director, Jocks, project manager, Woodbury.
This is a controls access key that at some point the IT director requested that be transferred to him. And we wanted to make it known that and officially that it was transferred, that we no longer have property of that particular key, although we didn't get any type of direction from the town manager to get it done. But anyway, we went ahead and transferred it. And he signed a memo from Stephanie that it was handed over to him.
Okay, so what kind of, is this just a disclosure?
This is for information that it is done.
Okay. So 13.9, First Amendment 45th year CDBG agreement contract extension. That's Vice Mayor Clark, Interim Public Service Director Jocks, resolution. I guess we could turn it over. Do I need to read the whole resolution, Miriam? Marlon?
No, sir, not really, because again, this is a workshop. And as long as we have all the information here, then there is already a resolution that was created, but it would be best just to read it at the commission meeting.
Okay, very good. And Miriam, what does this pertain to? Which one is this extension of? For the restrooms, I see that. Okay, this is the ADA restrooms that's being extended. Okay, right. So let's put that on a line item on the regular agenda. Okay.
Sir, did we bypass 13.8?
No, that was the kiosk control system.
And it was information.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so are you good with 13, 7, 8, and 9? Marlon?
Yes, sir, I am. Yes, sir.
Okay, everybody. Okay, so 1310, sanitary master lift station 34, emergency repairs and discovery findings. Vice Mayor Clark, Interim Public Service Director Jocks, Engineer Ortiz. Okay, so everybody has the backup. Miriam, do you want to count on this? Comment on this?
The town engineer will talk some more over that. He has a report that he included. This is a continuation of the work the repair that's been going on at Master Lift Station 34. As I explained in previous meeting, there is a lot of emergency repair that needed to be done due to the state of this particular lift station. Each time we went, there was some other repair that needed to be done or done differently than what we had planned on. And at this point right now, we have finally done the line that was broken. That pipe is fixed. The manhole number 1 is got repaired. And now we're looking to do the repair on the second manhole and the other damaged pipe. And in the future, after that one is done, we will be doing the pump places that also needed to be repaired. Dan, I know you are in the line, so can you please go and explain further what your recommendation is, what we found?
Yeah, Dan. Okay, he's
Yes.
here. Okay.
Anybody can hear me?
Yep.
I mean,
Coming in.
my memo is there, anybody to read. I'm just gonna go touch briefly on the update on the table that is there of the items that I put a table with estimated amounts. Some of the items were adjusted because certain things were not done, so we reduced the amount. But for instance, in item number 2, exploration and repairs of the existing 8-inch diameter ductile iron force main, we lumped up in that item the lining of the cast iron pipe between manhole number 1 and number 2, which after further investigations, we found out the pipe was beyond repair for putting that lining. So we went ahead, and the consensus was to repair, not repair, but to replace the line. So we transferred that to item number 4, which is replacing existing. It's supposed to say 10-inch, but it's supposed to, we are sizing it to a 12-inch now to correspond to the higher flow that we have in that coming into the station. So everything all together, we have 5 items, including the purchase of a new ABS pump to have one as a backup for now, because there is only one operating right now, and we need to have at least a second one operating out of the 3. So that total amount is about $121,000 over that, or $726, and it keeps being adjusted as we speak. That we have found all this stuff as we are digging. We're taking advantage while we're doing that to eliminate manhole number 2, because that manhole number 2 is also in bad shape. So we are rerouting the pipe or the sanitary sewer that we are replacing it directly into the old wet well. That will eliminate that manhole number 2. So that's about that. I keep updated further to have a more polished amount by the time you can have it for the meeting on the September 9th. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor, you need to take off your mic.
Thank you, Marlon. Let's go ahead and put this as a line item at the regular agenda.
Do you want it under consent, sir?
No, that one it needs to be explained.
Okay.
From the town engineer. Okay, we got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 13.11, updated projects. Vice Mayor Clark, Interim Public Service Director Jocks, grants and projects. You've got your backup material. on this, and I see that we need some action on the, what is that, the USDA grant number, let me see, I got the wrong page. Hold on. Give me a minute. Okay. Number one, the septic tank, and that is the need resolution CDBG 45th year. Okay, which one? That's the ADA compliant restroom, Miriam?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we met, the problem that they ran into was they didn't have a place to connect the sewer, and they still don't actually have a place to connect the sewer from this restroom. So the closest manhole was at Coania. Coania is the church next door. So we all met. When I say we all, that was Stephanie, Miriam, myself, and Dan with Pastor Jones. And I think it was the attorney. Their attorney was there. And so we asked them, may we, you know, if necessary, may we, hold on, may we connect to the manhole that's on their property? And Dan explained where that was, what we had to do. And I believe the gist of it was, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that he would take it to their board, and Pastor Jones felt like he would, you know, it was okay. And then he brought up about the church. Okay, he wasn't saying that he was saying no about the hookup to the sewer, but he wanted to make sure that the point was made about the church. So I've already called Michael Miller, and then I just wanted to say it on this meeting here that we need to start that process again. According to them, they're waiting for Michael Miller to get back with them. I don't know why the communication, you know, did stop. They only know that. Why? The only thing that I said to the pastor and the attorney was that I'll make sure I bring it up at this commission meeting. So without objection, is it okay if we have Michael Miller call them or respond to them and find out where we're at with their project? So that's where we're at right now with that one. You know, if we could find, okay, so that's that one. And then number two is we need to get permission for Connie. That is the John P. Lyon stormwater improvements. And that's that one. And the town septic to sewer project. Okay, that one. And that one is, we went, remember, for appropriations, and we did not get it. So this is like an extension of what Connie was doing. So she's asked if we could get permission to enter and apply for these grants for these two projects, John P. Lyons, which is very important to us, and so is the septic to sewer. So is it okay if Connie makes an application for these two projects? Is that okay? Commission? So what I'm looking for is I guess a verbal, and Attorney Ryan, correct me if I'm not allowed to do this, so that she can make application for these two grants under DEP. And the deadline is by Friday. So it's only going to take her a couple hours to go into a portal and make the application. And so I just wanted to disclose that to you, and then ask permission that we can tell her to go forward trying to acquire these two important grants.
Vice Mayor, yes, you can allow her to make the application based upon the fact that you're at this time constraint, but I would ask that the town commission go ahead and confirm the authority to allow her to ask for it. Oftentimes these grants, and I'm not sure about this one, you know, they require authorization from the governing body. But it's been the past practice in the town to always authorize these applications so that it shows that the town commission is in support of it. So you might add that to the agenda for next week or 2 weeks now, so that we can confirm the authority.
Yeah, put that down as a line item, Marlon, or approval. You might want to do a resolution, Chris, because that's usually what they ask for down the road, right? Okay, so any questions from anybody? And then we have
Vice Mayor.
Yeah,
this is
okay.
Dan. May I interrupt?
Sure, go ahead.
I just forgot to say that item 13.10 about a sanitary master lift station. These are emergency repairs. I know Commissioner Jacob mentioned why I'm not bringing things up on time, and this is recent events. And this as we speak, we are doing this repair. So we need to spend that money. So you said that we're going to put this as a line item. I don't know if that's something that it needs to be resolved right away or it has to wait.
No, this has nothing to do with that. This has to do with acquiring. Connie is going to try to acquire 2 grants, and those grants are the John P. Lyons and the what was the other one? 2 for town septic to sewer project. We did not get these grants from the legislature. Remember, it was vetoed. And so we need to, she has found another avenue, and Chris said it's okay. And that's what this is, but it has to be done by Friday. So we're gonna, I'm getting the authority, or not me, Miriam will call her and tell her, yes, go ahead. She will go to the portal. I asked her, how many hours do you think it will take? And she said about an hour for each one. So we could have this thing submitted by Friday. But Chris is saying that let's put it down as a line item so we can ratify what we've done, because probably down the road, especially if we get one of the grants, they're going to look for that the commission knew about it and the commission has approved it. And that's why I would suggest a resolution. That's what this is about.
Well, I wasn't talking about that, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
I was talking about the line item before 13.10.
I think they understand that.
Okay.
If not, then, you know, it'll be down as a line item in case something comes up that you need action, and we'll have that on the next regular meeting. Okay, but I see here that I got to mention that another grant, and that has to be in by October 1st. If you recall, last year we went for for lack of the correct wording, and we'll have this down as a line item for the regular meeting. I called it an agriculture USDA grant, and that was the one where improvements to the building at Parks, renovation of the building at Parks. I mentioned today to Connie about the canopy. We know that when we're giving away food, it would be a lot better for everybody if we had an extension. It was a little bit bigger where people aren't standing out in the sun. So that's what on the agenda item, the last topic that I'm talking about here is put down, Marlon, that, you know, permission to go for the, and Connie can give you or Miriam can give you the correct verbiage on what grant it is, but it's the one we went for last year, but we didn't have the count, the number of people that come through the park. And so, as you know, during all the events that we've been doing this year, we were supposed to be keeping a count. I've heard that we have. And so that will help facilitate this grant this year. So it's just a continuation of what we started last year, but we want to make sure we have permission. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about, Dan, right now.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, you have both Commissioner Cohen and Clerk Commissioner Jacobs wanting to speak.
Okay, so thank you, Jeffrey.
Cohen was first. Go ahead, Cohen.
Okay, Gina, go ahead.
We can't hear you, Commissioner Cohen, please.
My question is this information, is the manager aware of what you guys have been doing?
Yo, I believe so. I mean, I know that I've talked to them as much as I can. And I think on this.
How about Public Works?
Okay, well, they'll have to answer for themselves. Okay, but what I want to say is this came up today. So JC is hearing about this right now. I know he's heard about renovating the parks building over there. I don't know if he's putting this together with that, but we will definitely tell him. I will call him, and he's hearing it now about anything that we're doing. So go ahead.
So I don't think we need to be doing any projects that are out of town funds. We're trying to get this town back in the black and out of the red. That awning, as important as it is, we're not doing food drives right now. That's a $45,000 awning out of our pocket. So unless there's grant funds available that are covering it, I mean, most of our stuff is covered by grants right now. There is a lot of grants out there for the park, the garden, all that stuff that we need to be going after instead of using just flat out using town funds. We need to keep the town back fiscally responsible with the money that we have. We are on limited funds right now, as the sheriff's department is taking most of our funds for fire and police. So we really have to work within our means.
Commissioner Jacobs, that's what this is, a grant. This is a grant. And if we get it, then they'll come back with the details like any other grant that's going to help pay for the project. If you recall, it was submitted last year. And so this is just a continuation of it. And it is a grant. So it's not what you're saying it is. It's not just an out of town or out of pocket expense.
Obviously, I don't think you understood what I said or listened to the words that came out of my mouth. I said we need to proceed with these with grants. So if this is a grant, that's fine. But if it's out of our pocket for $45,000, we're not going to do it. Those need cut. Our budget needs balanced. We don't need to be pulling from our reserves. So that's what I said.
Yeah.
That's another way to put it. So maybe you understood it that way.
Okay.
You didn't understand it the other way. So if we have a grant that goes with it, fine. But if it's just strictly out of our pocket, it's not going to happen.
Okay, so put it down. We'll have to vote on it. We'll bring it up to the commission to go forward, make it a line item, and we'll bring it up in 2 weeks at the regular meeting. Okay? Okay, so is there any other questions?
So for clarification, it was a grant, wasn't it? I thought that's what you said.
Yeah, it's a grant. It's a grant, but there might be a matching. We have to find out what the exact details, like other grants, matching. Some of the matchings can be in kind. We'll have to get all the specifics. Let it go on the agenda in 2 weeks or whenever that time is, the next regular agenda. Okay? Does that help you, Ray? Does that do it? Okay, so let's go on. What's the next one? Okay.
Vice Mayor, you have on that area, you will have the canopy and the FDEP.
Yeah, we did both of those. The canopy was mentioned under this grant. I asked if we could possibly put it under grant, and that's one of the things that hopefully we can, and we'll see. Instead of out of pocket, the money that you were looking at right there, possibly we can get a grant, some type of grant. We'll get those details for you. And the DEP was the one where we've got, Miriam has permission to let Connie go forward in making the applications for the projects that were mentioned in the previous discussion. So that has been dealt with. Okay, so where are we at now? 1312?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 13.12, Broward College request for volunteer opportunity for groups of 40 plus. Vice Mayor Clark and Public Service Director Jocks. Can you explain a little bit about this, Miriam? What's been requested of you?
Basically, I received an email from Broward College wanting to know if, as a municipality, if we have any type of volunteering opportunities for their for the program that they have, people 40 and over. This is only for information. If anybody out there has any need, and they can use any of the commissioners, any of the departments, if they feel like they have some tasks that can be done by a volunteer, they can make use of the program and contact them or let me know and I'll contact them.
Long meeting. Okay. Any more questions? What do you have to do with that? That was just for information?
Well, this is really getting also authorization to go forward if the commission decides to go with that, then that will give the town, anybody in the department to make use of these volunteers.
Okay, so I think that's a good idea. You know, if we don't have any objections, let's put it down as an item at the regular meeting. Okay, Marlon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 13.13, renovations for public services and commissioners' offices. Okay, as everybody knows, that's Vice Mayor Clark, Interim Public Service Director Jocks. As everybody knows, we're all looking to find other locations in Town Hall to move because of the police department that we're gonna have, and also the improvements from the building department, and I suppose code enforcement or the like. And so what public service has looked at is, first of all, we don't have a lot of space. There's not a lot of space left. So what we would like to do is go to the third floor and take a part of the third floor. I think there's a, in there a picture, a diagram? Is that in the backup? Did that make the backup, Miriam?
No.
No? Okay, so we'll have to bring that forward. There's a schematic. There's a diagram of the of the rooms, and I don't think it's going to take that much money. We'll have to go out and get quotes, or they will, staff, and then bring it back to the commission as everybody else is supposed to do on the first floor and the second floor. So this is the starting process of it. You know, they'll give you drawings and whatever you need and prices, but we have to have a place to go to, just like everybody has to have a place to go to. And so I wanted to make sure that I disclose that to the commission.
All right, I have discussion on this.
Mm-hmm.
How many people do you have in the Public Works Department?
They're going to be moved. Miriam, you'll have to answer all that, and Dan and Stephanie.
Okay. Well,
I think you just named all of them.
No, how many? I don't think I see. How many are you moving up there? Would like to move up there?
There should be a total of 6 people. Finally, that will be the 4 of us. And when we hire to replace whichever way we don't have all the staff here, and we're looking for an office for the wood and street and sewer. When they come, they can use the computer whenever they need to, as opposed to not having a place to go. That's basically it. And then we have a reception area, a drawing area for the engineer.
Storage, don't you have storage?
Storage area, because right now we don't have any storage area in the room. We have to go upstairs anyway.
But we'll do this right.
So right there.
We'll do this right. We will do what we just did, and then we'll bring you back the quotes, the prices, so everybody's on the same page. Put it in the budget. You know, Harry is waiting for a number, and JC. That's that one, and we'll bring forward probably, hopefully by the next meeting, something form in the budget.
So let me bring this forward. I don't know if you guys can see this. This is the diagram that was submitted. What you see is the Public Works Department's trying to take over 5,000 square feet of office space on the 3rd floor. That's 14 desks in like every office there. And then the mayor's got his office put on the other side. So that's pretty much taking up the majority of the 3rd floor. We've discussed many times on this dais in the last year and a half about bringing in public services like libraries, medical services, public community legal services, multi-use, try to use some of our 3rd floor for community, maybe possibly rent it out to Broward. Okay, we have literally 4 people that work in our public services department. There's 4. Okay, so you say 6, so there's a total of 6. There's no reason to be utilizing half of our 3rd floor for 6 individuals. That's an absolute waste of space. This place up here, it can be rented out for $250,000-300,000 a year, bringing revenue back to the town instead of wasting these offices for 6 individuals. We have plenty of room on the 2nd floor. We're in the process of remodeling the 1st floor. Once we get that done and we get our layout finished, we haven't even designed the police department and that whole section over there yet. We have the drawings and plans for the building department. I think this is absolute waste of resources, time, and our town space to do this. So we have space on the 2nd floor for the Public Works Department. We might even have a new offices on the 1st floor when we redo the police department for the Public Services Department. There's no reason they need 5,000 square feet and more of the 3rd floor, because once they go to the 3rd floor, using it for anything else is out of the question. We just lost an area that we can use for revenue for the town.
And that is not totally true. And by the way, the clerk's office, that's your bailiwick, and the police department, look how much space you're going to take. What we're doing is we need space, commissioners, that we can be in and they can run their department just like any other department. Right now, you go into the clerk, they have a vacant room to the one side. I mean, come on. What we're trying to do here is be reasonable. And I don't know why this is coming up, because we never did what you're trying to do here. And I already told everybody in public service that if we have to, we'll make it bare minimum. We will make it bare minimum. You have to have
bare
a place
minimum.
that,
You have bare minimum.
No.
You have over half the 3rd floor.
That's not what we're taking. Wait a
individuals.
second. That's not true. Okay, what we'll do.
How's that not true? This is your schematic.
That
This is what
just
you
to put-
proposed.
But somebody else could come in there and use those that you see on the southern side. What we'll do is we will identify the ones that we're actually going to use. This is just to open it up to the commission that the department needs a uniform central place where everybody can have an office, and there's not 4 people sitting there in one room the way it is now. So what I would like to do is we will have the engineer redraw it, and we will come back where we can discuss this, what we're actually taking and what it's actually going to cost.
This while we're right here at the discussion. How much is it going to cost us now to have that redesigned? It's going to cost time and money. Okay. There's no point to it. You've been here how long? 31 years? And the Public Works Department's worked out of their area how long?
Okay.
Jeffrey, we're already trying to adjust spaces, move things around, and rebuild the 1st floor. The 2nd floor is to follow. Okay. Things are progressing. We don't need to put the cart before the horse here and try and redo space that can bring revenue back into the town. This is ridiculous.
We will come forward.
Did you just say it's already been approved?
No, I didn't say that. I said we will come back with a diagram.
Because I think you're starting to do things that haven't been approved by the commission.
That's not true.
I'm going through this, I'm starting to see a lot of this.
Howard,
Jacob.
Howard,
Jacob.
I'm talking. I get my
Yeah,
chance.
go ahead and finish, but you
You
better
seem
tell
to
it
be doing
accurately
a lot
and
of
not
stuff that
say,
the commission
No,
has
you
not
don't.
approved.
That's
Yes,
not
you
true.
are. You
No.
are. I'm looking right here at the interim public services director. Who's the one who wanted that changed? Did Miriam ask for that?
That is because that was the way it was put on, because we don't have anyone and she's filling the position. But let's
So
keep
was
it to
that
point.
your request then?
Let's go.
No,
and
no, no.
keep
I'm
it-
asking you a question. Was that your request?
That wasn't my request. What we're gonna
Then whose
do,
request was it?
I don't know, but what we're gonna do,
Okay,
Jeffrey.
so JC, was that
Jeffrey.
your request as the town manager? Was that yours?
Okay. That wasn't his request.
Okay, then
Okay,
whose
what we're
was it?
gonna, I don't,
Howard, I
Jeffrey.
asked a question. Answer me.
and I'm chairing it, I don't know. Okay, so
So
let's do it
Howard, I
like
think you're
this.
full of it, dude.
Yeah, and I think you're full of it too. Okay,
So who put it on the
let's take it.
agenda?
It's on the agenda because that's the way it was left, but let's correct, if it needs to be further correction, then we'll
So-
further correct it. But let's keep it germane to what we're talking about.
Okay,
We're
this is a
talking right
waste
now
of
about
money
that.
for the town. This is a waste of space for the town.
Okay, we'll put it on the agenda for next week, okay? And we'll look at it again, all right? And the manager and the finance and budget director are the ones that went up there and saw it also. So it's not like anybody's trying to do anything like you're insinuating. So we're at this.
So I'm
item.
insinuating something. I'm looking at
What I hear-
documents in front of me.
No.
How am I insinuating
Again-
something that's not happening?
Again, this is a workshop and we will have it more identified.
And that's why I'm asking questions that you're refusing to answer. You know, I know you're behind.
We have
it.
a lot
You
of
just won't
items.
answer the question.
We have a lot
Okay.
of items to go, guys. We can't be.
Right,
all night.
let's just.
We
let's go.
do have a lot more items,
Keep it
but
to the-
we
keep
need
it
to have,
germane.
listen, we need to have the questions answered that are being asked.
Yeah,
Who's
and you'll
behind
get
it?
another diagram. You will get an amended diagram, more accurate of what they're wanting to do, okay? So that's that. So put it on the agenda for 2 weeks, Marlon, if you would, please.
Yes, sir.
I
Okay,
think
13.
the clerk would have to answer to that. Whose item was it and who submitted the item?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll give you that answer in 2 weeks, okay?
Now, Ray just asked
Yeah.
the same question I
Yeah.
asked. Let's not wait
Okay.
2 weeks for it.
Well,
Howard,
I don't,
come out
well,
and
I don't
say
know
it.
who, if she can answer that now, then she can answer it.
Marlon?
I don't know.
Who asked for Miriam to be listed as the interim public service, sorry. Let me read it correctly off the paper here. Interim Public Services Director.
With all due respect, it was I was, go ahead, Miriam.
Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Marlon did call me and ask me how I wanted to have my being represented, and I did.
Okay, so you have your answer. So let's move it on. 13.14.
Okay, well then we can't have staff promoting themselves by title.
Yeah, 13.14. Okay, credit card purchasing for public services. Vice Mayor Clark and Interim Public Service Director Jocks. Okay, so what we need up there for public service, not up there, for public service, they don't have a credit card. And someone has to authorize to give Miriam or someone in that department a credit card because they do a lot of business through that department. Right now, I got a call, I guess it was a couple weeks ago, and from what I heard, Stephanie did not want to renew her card. So I was called and asked if I could do it, and I said I would do it, but it would be temporary. So that's why I'm bringing it here, because they said that something about the mayor had to sign off on it. I don't know, but what I'm saying is you need to have that department with a credit card. So what I would ask is that,
If I may interject, this is Harry speaking. Yes,
Oh, good.
please.
Okay, here.
Just to add some insight as to the credit cards and to give a refresher to the commission. After Todd was let go from the town, I went in front of the commission and informed the commission that we needed to terminate his card and that we were left with one card in the town in the Public Works Department. I had made the recommendation to have a card issued for the Finance Department as well as the IT Department. The mayor advised me as well as the commission that she would take care of it the next day. It has not happened. And as the mayor stated, as the vice mayor stated, Stephanie's card was compromised. She received a new card and turned that card into finance. So at the current moment, there is nobody in town hall who has a town credit card for any purchases.
Okay, so then if, in this case, then IT does have revolving charges for our software systems, and the finance department definitely both should have credit cards for the town. So we need to make that happen. I'm not sure because we don't have a public services director right now for that position, for that card. So I think, Harry, that would probably be something that would have to go through you for now until we have that position filled.
So I would need some direction. The mayor, my understanding is that the mayor is the only one who has the authority to be able to make changes on the account.
Okay.
So I would need assistance from the commission or somebody to help me with that.
So what we'll do is this item is down and we'll put this as a regular item on the agenda and we will vote to give Harry the authority, and then we have to decide who would get the card. I think it's going to be more effective to give it over to public, like Stephanie was already doing, but maybe not. It's up to the commission, and we'll figure out what to do with it. But at least give Harry the authority to get these cards, if that's okay, Attorney Ryan.
I think that's more of an internal matter than it is for a legal matter as to who gets the cards.
But it's legal.
Okay.
1 minute. Yeah.
Can I suggest something?
Yeah, sure.
Can't we give it to our manager until we get a public works director?
Yeah, give it to whoever the commission decides and they have to approve. Yeah, I don't know.
I would say the manager, and then until we get our public works director.
Well, this would also be the finance director having one and our IT having one as well, because those departments actually need those. We have Mark now as an employee. He's not a contractor, and Harry's a permanent employee and not a contractor as well. And those two departments, I know we have revolving software charges that go through. So those two should definitely have one. So with the public works, we can have it under the town manager. So we have a public services director.
I agree.
And I think we should put that on there as an item for next meeting.
Okay, it's down there as a line item, but it needs to also be Harry, needs to look at it. So everything is checked out, which is what they're doing now. So it's a three-way thing. And so we'll put that down as a line item, and let's get a credit card so they can purchase their things that are necessary to keep that department going. Okay? Okay, Marlon? Who's that? Somebody want to?
Yeah, you guys give me. Think that I put up the work area.
Manager, hold on. Everybody else put their mics off to see if we could hear the manager better. There's a feedback on your end, manager. Try now.
Can you guys hear me now?
No, it's breaking up, sir. Breaking up.
All right.
It's a robot. Do you have a fan on, sir?
I had the same
No,
problem.
there's
if you
no feedback.
Just log out and log back in, like sign out completely and just come right back. Everyone just give them a minute.
We can't hear you at all. You muted yourself.
We'll take 5 minutes, okay? Give them time to get it out of there, get back.
Oh,
5
he
minutes.
said not to worry. He said keep going. Vice Mayor, he said keep going.
Okay, well, we're,
Manager, talk now. Let me see if I can hear you. No, sign out completely. Yeah, no, sign out completely. Okay.
Okay. So let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Sir, if you want, we could continue going, and when he comes back on, we can bring him back on. We can't hear you because you've muted yourself, sir.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes. I'd like to use the restroom if I may.
Oh, so sorry. Okay.
Yep. Okay, 5 minutes.
Marlon, are you there?
Yes.
Who is that? Marlon, are you there?
Sir, you want to try your mic?
Can you hear me?
You want to try your? Oh yeah, you're perfect now. You're coming in crystal clear.
Yeah. I'm good now.
All right. Yeah,
Did they
sometimes
actually-
you just have to log back
they-
in and back out.
Did they actually take a break from this meeting for this?
I guess just to give you a chance to boot up, but we could let everybody know you're back and continue on. I don't know.
No, they didn't want to take 5-minute restroom break anyway.
JC, are you back?
Yes, I'm
JC,
here.
Okay, so we'll just chill. We'll be right back. No problem. As long as you're back on here, you want to talk.
Hold on. JC, talk now.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
I can
yes.
hear you now.
Testing 1, 2, testing.
You sound fine.
Yeah,
now.
he's coming in good.
5 minutes is up. Let's go.
Okay. Point well taken. Okay, is everybody else back? Yeah, my mic's on. Okay, Ray, you here? Is Jeffrey Jacobs here? We got to wait for Jeffrey Jacobs. Marlon, could you call Jeffrey Jacobs?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Marlon. You're a lifesaver. Wow, this guy is bad. This is bad.
He'll be on in just a minute, sir.
Okay, thank you, Marlon, as always.
Are we all back?
Yes, we are. Okay, go ahead, JC.
All right. So what I was going to try to say earlier, before I got disconnected or muted, I'm going to take the opportunity when discussing these credit cards to work with Harry and review the credit card policy, and if needed, we're going to update it as well. I just want to make sure that we are as strict as possible with our credit cards.
Yeah, with everybody.
Okay? Yeah, with everybody. Even if
I like that.
Yeah, I'm talking about you, everybody. So anybody that has a credit card, I'm gonna have to be the bearer of bad news sometimes. So, but you know, I'm just gonna I'm gonna take a look at the policy again,
including commissioners.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good to me.
So, I gotta throw something out here to the commissioners. I gotta ask a question here. Is the commissioner? Is everyone think it's in best interest of the town to utilize that third floor for, you know, services for the community to try to bring some revenue back into the town? If
You're out of line, Commissioner, you're out of line. We've moved on. You want to save that for commissioner comments at the end? You're more than welcome. There's a place for you to bring it up. Right now, it will be on the agenda. It'll be on the regular agenda. Just save your comments. They'll be heard under commissioner comments, please. We're trying to get through this long agenda. So let's go. And so the credit
civility,
card,
Howard, civility.
the credit
Remember
card.
that.
Yeah, okay, I hear you. Okay, so 1315.15. Okay, Miriam Jocks appointed as Public Service Director. I want to take this. I just brought up the item. And so
okay, I just responded to it. No.
Okay, so this will be on the agenda for a vote. Place it on the agenda, please, Marlon.
Yes, sir.
And
okay,
she
are we
has
in
worked
discussion
up,
then?
She has worked, let me finish the introduction. She has shown very good everything. And she has done the job, she's doing the job. And that's what I want to start off saying, and that we're going to vote on that, make her what she should be, and that is the director. And so we got a line item, we'll vote on it. You want to talk it now for comments? That's fine. So go ahead, Jeffrey, you're recognized.
Okay. So the last couple of people you brought forward for positions haven't worked out well for the town. So I want to point that out to begin with. Second of all, Miriam, I like Miriam. I do. As a person, I really like Miriam. But I have a hard time appointing someone as the Director of Public Works who's not qualified for that position. And when I mean that, let me give you some examples. As an electrical engineer, which she is, if she can't draw the schematics for outlets in a building, then how, and she's an electrical engineer, which is basic parts of that job, how is she going to be our public works director? Furthermore, I've seen her drive around the block multiple times looking for an address on a house that was very, very easy to find. And these are just basic things. Miriam's great in the public works department, but not as a public works director. We need someone who comes in with 20 years experience, 10 years experience, understands the infrastructure of a municipality and understands how to make this town function properly, because we have a big mess to clean up after our last public works director. And I do not believe Miriam is the right person for this position. While I do like her, and I do think she's great in public works, the director position is not good for her.
Okay, any other discussion? Ray, Gina? Okay, Ray?
I'm rarely at town hall, so I'm not sure exactly what her qualifications are or if she's doing a great job, but I've never personally gotten any complaints about her work. I think this is something, me personally, she has my vote, but I would prefer to hear from the manager or HR if they have any comments. But from what I know, I think she's doing a great job.
Yeah. Okay, Gina, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. First of all, I find her to be unqualified, okay, for the Public Works Director position. I like Miriam. I think that, I like her, but not for Public Works Director. I've had my issues with her. Again, Ray, you just said, you're not at the town hall. I am. I deal with the drainage. I have been. So, I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna put it on the agenda for next week or next meeting.
You got it on the agenda. Okay, so then we'll have, at the next meeting, we'll have others talk. And so let's save a little time. Let's move on. It's on the agenda. And let's move on to the next one. Where are we at, Miriam? Marlon?
Sir, we're now at 1401, the town managers, but I just want to say something real quickly. Yolanda had to step out. She had an emergency and she had to leave the meeting. So that's why you didn't hear from her at that time when you mentioned about HR. Yeah. So just giving you and that information.
That's what I figured. So we'll bring it all back up at the next regular meeting. Okay, 14 town manager reports, 14.1 CARES agreement, JC and town attorney Ryan.
Yes, this is an agreement that was prepared, from Broward County, came to us. It was reviewed by our town attorney. And this is for us to access our CARES agreement funding to reimburse us for our COVID expenses.
Okay, very good. And anybody have any comments on that statement? And then I would throw it over to the attorney. Everything look okay there, Attorney Ryan?
Yeah, this is an agreement that's been thoroughly vetted by the cities in the county, and it's favorable to the cities now. There's been a lot of hard work done by some of these other city attorneys, which they deserve recognition, and I would recommend that the town adopt it.
Okay, very good. So let's put that down. Let's put it as a line item in case somebody has something they think of.
That's a good idea.
Yep. We'll put the rest of them down as line items. Okay, 14.2.
Just one quick question. Town attorney Ryan, is this item require a resolution?
Yes, it will.
Okay, and I'll put it down. So we need a resolution from you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Marlon. Okay, 14.2, contract expiring on September 30th, 2020. Town manager, JC.
All I'm doing is bringing to your attention that these contracts listed here are expiring as of September 30th. And I just wanted to, get the council's direction as to which way you guys want to do. If you want to renew another year, do RFPs, RFQs. I'm absolutely, I'm just bringing it to your attention at this point.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Jeffrey.
Everyone's got to mute their mics. It's really static. So here's my opinion right now for what we have going on. We have 5 lobbyists working for us. I think if we brought it down to one, like David Segerson, who's taken the lead for our town for the next year, it would save us money, as we're not having to worry about annexation as much as we did the years in the past. We are establishing our town as an independent town by bringing on our police department and then fire down the road, which further separates us from the possibility of annexation. When it comes to our grant writer, we've talked about, I've talked about with other people about possibly doing a pay-to-play sort of deal where we pay them, pay the grant writer per the grant that they actually write for us, versus just a blanket salary amount for the year. So that way we're actually seeing, and paying for what we're getting instead of just a flat bulk rate. So this was just my opinion to save the town a little more money, because I don't think we need all of these. I don't think they're necessity right now for the town. And for this cycle anyway.
Vice Mayor, we can't hear you.
You keep muting when they say to mute, and then I'm, okay. So does anybody else have any more comments on this? Let's take them individually. Okay, put them down and let's vote on them individually at the next meeting. In my personal opinion, you have to have Capitol Hill's consultants. That's David Segerson. You also need Cass. Okay, that's Connie and Dale Melita. And the other one that you need is, let's see. Okay, Chris. Chris?
Yes.
Ryan? Okay. It slipped my memory. Who is the other one that we have? That's
Tidewater's not here because Tidewater is a calendar year contract and not a fiscal year contract.
So we'll have to bring that up at the time. But in my opinion, okay, those are necessary, and those are a benefit for us. They're all a benefit, but if you want to cut back, then
can you explain in detail why they are a benefit? Because we're spending,
Segerson,
a lot of money.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to invite them to talk. That's better. Is David Segerson on the line? Let them promote themselves. Okay, so we'll have.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Dave,
hi, David.
You want to talk for yourself? Why you're a benefit?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I think I think that while I think that the Clerk Commissioner Jacobs is partially right in that with the things that the town is doing, stabilizing its management and with its own police force and all of the things that he mentioned, I think he's on the right track. I think he's right. But the one thing that I would take a little bit of disagreement with him on is the annexation issue. I think is still lurking out there with the advent that Chevron Jones will become our state senator, presents potential danger. Now, I have not. I know that the Marie Woodson. I've met her. I know her. I don't know how she feels about this issue. I haven't had the opportunity, obviously with COVID, to meet with her and find out what she thinks about it. It obviously was a good thing for us that Mr. Johnson did not get the Democratic nomination for the House seat. I think that we are what we managed to pass last session was a piece of legislation that really would have been the thing that would have protected the town. But for the fact that the governor objected to a part of that bill that had nothing to do with what we put in. There were a lot of issues in that bill. One of them had to do with county land zoning that allowed local governments to essentially veto, and he found that objectionable and therefore vetoed the whole bill. We are working on either trying to get the sponsor to just simply cut that provision or either rewrite it in conjunction with the governor's staff in such a way that the governor's veto objection will be removed. And so the bill that was cobbled together that included our piece did pass the legislature. It got vetoed. We believe we can pass it again. And that would go a long way to providing protection to the town, and that's what I would say that you have I think it's probably appropriate to have the various lobbyists and consultants. As I think Clerk Commissioner or Vice Mayor suggested, speak at the next meeting, or have the opportunity to speak at the next meeting.
Yeah, that's the right way.
I know I work with all of them. I'm kind of like the team leader, and they're all of value. They all contribute. I have to say that. I know that Connie and Dale are. They work on appropriations, as we all do. I mean, we all help out with each other, and I keep them abreast of annexation issues, and if they have, they can help us on that, they will or do, and we haven't had to have them do that lately, but certainly they're available. So I mean, that's I hope that responds, Vice Mayor Clark.
Yeah, Dave, thank you very much. And I think you hit the nail on the head. We'll invite each one of these folks to come and speak. I gave you my opinion. And the only other one, we have to have all of them talk though. And I would possibly, because we didn't quite get what we wanted, and we really need to get that through. But Dave just explained to you why it was vetoed and what they're going to do this year to get to get that through. Huh? Who? Dave just explained it. Okay, so put this.
You saying Gina?
What? Oh, somebody else is talking. So put this item on the agenda, Marlon, with all the individuals listed.
I just want everyone to understand this is $200,000 a year that we're spending on this. So everyone has a number and understands how much with everyone combined. I agree we do need some lobbyists, but we don't need all of what we have.
Okay, so that one's done right there.
How much did he say the number was?
I don't know. How much was the number? Somebody's asked.
200,000 a year is what we, I'll tell you, hold on. I have the numbers right here. We pay a total of 200,000 a year.
Commissioner Jacobs, that is not one of our employees. That's somebody from out in the audience that they should have been muted.
All right. But that's what the total is.
Okay, so let's bring that up where we can take them individually. They'll have an opportunity to come before us and talk. So I think that's a good way to handle that one. Okay, so 15, attorney reports. 15.1, amending the emergency powers ordinances. And this was Mayor Muhammad, and she's not here tonight. Town Attorney Ryan, you want to explain that one?
Okay, yes, the mayor had asked that we revise the town emergency management ordinance to be more comprehensive as currently it only deals with civil unrest matters. So this would be an expansion of that ordinance to incorporate also declaration of emergencies for both natural disasters and epidemics and things of this nature. What it does is to allow the mayor to be the individual who declares a state of emergency, either because of the civil unrest or because of the other natural emergencies. And then at that point, then the authority is shifted to the manager to go ahead and run the day-to-day operation of the management, the emergency response. And it gives the authority to do these different acts, which are delineated in the ordinance. And it's in a kind of more practical manner, the mayor would be the one that would make that determination. But then from day to day, the manager would be the person who is most familiar with, town's resources for using those, and gives him the authority, him or her, to apply those as needed. Okay. This will be the first reading. If the commission wants to go ahead and read it on first reading, then it would be subject to public hearing at a later date. So it's just a preliminary phase. It changes from the last time that this matter came up. There were two different versions. One was strictly the mayor being the person that would declare emergencies and supervise everything, and the other was basically having the town manager have all that authority. And this is a hybrid of that, which gives the mayor, as the top legislative official of the town, the authority to go ahead and delegate, to declare the emergency, and then the manager, as the top administrative official, can go ahead and manage the affairs of the town during such an emergency.
Yeah, I would put that, if you can, Marlon, as first reading or whatever we're doing with it on the regular agenda as a line item.
But you have two, sir. Which one do you prefer?
We already voted and we went with the mayor one, and that's what the mayor, the attorney.
Well, wait a minute now. That's not true. I was told to rewrite the ordinance. And now, if you look at the ordinance that I submitted, is not either of the ones that were previously submitted. This is an entire new version. This is an ordinance which deals with. It's been totally rewritten, so it gives you authority to and hopefully it's the proper ordinance that I submitted, which is being presented. But if not, I'll go ahead and obviously send it again. But this is a total rewrite of the ordinance. It's a combination of those two previously that were presented, and so let's hope that we all have the same ordinance that we're going forward with,
Okay, so I really would like us to study this a little more. We're just now getting this, and so I would like to see this come back up. When is it? October is the next meeting after September, Marlon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's.
Actually, at the end of September, we'll have another workshop before the October meeting.
So I would put this down as in September workshop.
Okay.
So we can all study it more.
Now, I did upload, town attorney, I did upload to the system the email that you sent me that had the two different ordinances for the commission to look at and then make a decision on which one they preferred.
Yes, in my file, I'll speak with you about it tomorrow, but on August 14th, my assistant sent you this version, and maybe it wasn't delineated sufficiently for you to let it it's different than the other two, but we can discuss that tomorrow.
All right, no problem.
Okay, and we'll put it on the workshop for the October meeting, and that gives us plenty of time to look through it and see everything that's going on. Okay, so what do we got now? 15-2, Marlon?
Yes, sir. It's again, the town attorney has two more items. He has that one. He has this one having to do with the police department.
Okay, so go ahead, Attorney Ryan.
Okay, the first one is this matter here to establish the position of the town attorney in the code of ordinances. As it is now, there's no provision for the town attorney in either the charter or the code of ordinances. And since the town has made a decision, the commission's made a decision to bring the position, the office in-house, I think it's appropriate to go ahead and just to state that there will be a town attorney, the manner in which that person is hired, the compensation is determined, and what the authority is for the town attorney. I think it's useful to have that. So it gives a little structure to the town attorney's office, since we'll be now an officer of the town.
Okay, so that's the police department? 15-2?
No, that's next.
Are you adding this item?
I have proposed that the town commission add this, yes, to adopt this ordinance. It's obviously up to the town commission. If we're at a workshop, it'd be an opportunity for commission to discuss it. But I just explained the reasons for why the I would have the town attorney's office.
Well, I remember you and I had that discussion. I might have missed that item. I can go ahead and email it to everybody tomorrow, but I guess what the town attorney is saying that he would, if I understand you correctly, I believe what you'd like to do is to provide an ordinance at the next commission meeting that would have the town attorney's duties and responsibilities.
Yes, that's correct. And now, now that I'm looking closely, it's not actually on the agenda here. And if because of that, the town commission wants to wait till a later date, that would be okay. But I just thought that might be appropriate to have it in place prior to the time that you retain the new attorney and that person does, steps into office.
Okay. At least let's start it. I think we should, send us your documentation tomorrow, and we can at least start it and have it down as an item on the next agenda, but we can pull it off if we're not ready. We could ask questions and we could further discuss it and vet it. So that is, I don't know what item you want to put that down as, Marlon, but you'll have to find an item.
I'll just go ahead, and we have the emergency powers. We have this item having to do with the town attorney, so I'll just add that in, town attorney ordinance. And then in addition to that, then we'll also go to the next one, which is the police department.
Right, 15-2, ordinance for creation of police department, town attorney.
Now I'll get back on the script. Sorry about that. Yeah, but the ordinance for the police department, again, the town hasn't had a police department in many years, and there's not a provision in the charter or the ordinances that delineates the police department. We have the authority in the charter, of course, to have a police department, but this would establish a police department, its basic duties, and then also establish the police chief and the officers. And it's a good, again, an opportunity to have some structure and to have some reference point for your police department going forward.
Okay, very good. Okay, so put that down as another item on the next regular agenda, Marlon.
Yes, sir. Can I just give a recommendation, please?
Of course.
If you don't mind, may I please put the town attorney ordinance, if the town attorney has it completed for the next commission meeting. If it's not to your liking, we could always remove it, but that gives it an opportunity to already go for the first reading.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
No, thank you. They'll all be on for September 9th, except for the emergency powers will be on for the workshop of the end of September.
Yep.
Okay.
Without objection. Okay, so 15-3, Code of Conduct Resolution, Mayor Mohammed, Town Attorney Ryan.
Okay, this is an item it's been referred to as the civility code, and it basically deals with the manner in which elected officials are to deal with each other, then with the board members, and then also with the public. it's pretty much a basic ground rules for conducting meetings in a manner that is with civility, I guess. And it can be adopted by resolution. It's not going to be an ordinance. So if you like it in its current form, we can adopt it. If you don't like it, and you need to make amendments, then maybe it gets edited and then adopted at a later date. But it does, have just sort of a set of rules for the manner in which the commission meetings are to be conducted.
Okay, so put that down on the regular agenda, Marlon, if you would.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with no objection or further discussion, 16, discussion. 16.1, town logo. Commissioner Dieuveille, Town Manager JC, IT Director Mark. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mayor, or Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
This meeting, this item it's coming back before you. Commissioner Dieuveille had requested a couple of different options, and we provided them to him. There was I don't see it on the agenda now. I'm looking at the agenda. I don't see it, but there was one with a curved ribbon at the bottom in red, but I don't see that. I don't see it there, and I don't think that's the one that he really liked at that moment. And so at this moment, I think what we're trying to recommend, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
It's the one with the straight ribbon.
It's the one in the middle. It says new logo, Pembroke Park. If you look at that one, Commissioner Dieuveille had done a couple renditions, and we shortened the red, and we have the town of Pembroke Park, Florida, small town that means big business, and I think that's after a couple renditions that Commissioner Dieuveille had done. That's what he had come up with.
And that's what that's what we're presenting to the commission for approval. And Commissioner, if you want, Dieuveille, if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not the straight bar, it's the one with the ribbon.
Yeah.
It's the same one that was presented at the last meeting.
You okay, Bob?
We've just revised it a little bit and make it a little more modern by replacing the bar with the ribbon. I think it looks a little better and it's not as plain as before.
So if commission is okay with that, I don't know if it needs to go on the, well, you guys would have to vote on it, so it would be in the next agenda.
Yeah, Marlon, put that down, the regular agenda, please. Line item.
Line item.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a fun one.
I think you're muted, Howard. Vice Mayor.
Yep. There we go. I'm back on. Okay.
Okay.
So
I had a suggestion for Mark, if possible. Can you have it in color, the backup in color for the next meeting?
Yes, no problem. I'll have it on there for you. No problem. We'll just have that one logo that I think we're all agree on. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, we got it. Okay, you want to save the charter review until we get through a few more documents because I'm sure that's going to be lengthy, or maybe it won't. Okay, I don't know. We got 16.4, so I'm going to jump around just a little bit. And
listen, when you jump around on this, it makes it disorganized.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do 16.4, documents disposal. Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, Deputy Town Clerk Martell.
All right. Let me get my paperwork in order here. Listen, this town has not had a document destruction policy and a retention policy. What we're doing is putting our town, making our town liable. We have a liability issue with having all these old records around that under Part 119 of Florida statute need to be destroyed. There's a certain time frame we're required to hold stuff. At that timeline, after the destruction time comes up, it needs to be destroyed. We are not hoarders, but this town has been. We have offices upon offices full of documents, which again can put the town in a lot of liability. I got a whole paperwork here. Hold on. Records management. We, as part of Wingo's, we had a records management policy drawn up, but we never adopted it. It's very important that we do this and we get back on track of where the town needs to be on records management. At this point, what we need to do, if the town decides not to go forward with destroying, outdated documents and actually approving our records management manual, we need to get a storage unit that we can put all these documents in. It's not cost effective to be holding on to all of these. Marlon, can you step in and explain how much it is again to store these documents?
Okay, I'm gonna go over just a couple of items for you to take into consideration. I gave you something from Laserfish that says fun facts, and it says that it takes $25,000 a year in order to go ahead and store 4 drawers. 4 drawers alone is $25,000. But I want you to take something even greater into consideration. Number one is that at the present time on the second floor, we have 5 offices that are just filled with boxes. We have another closet in the lunchroom. We have a closet downstairs in Miriam's area. We have an additional 2 more rooms on the 3rd floor, again, just filled with boxes. Now, take into consideration that all these boxes can be removed. 95% of them, I would say, can be completely destroyed. And I'll tell you why. The moment you keep a document older than the time of disposal, you've just opened your town up to a huge liability. What does that mean? It means that if I have the document available, I have to produce it. So it creates me or whoever's in my position having to find these documents. And then because you don't know what there is out there, you could run the risk of not supplying a document. And then the greater part is now these documents are available. They're available to the public, which means now if any other agency calls me on it, I have it, so I can produce it. Therefore, creating a liability for the town because you can no longer say, well, I don't have that document. No, I do have it. I have documents from 1997. How can a document from 1997 but benefit us today? It absolutely doesn't. As a matter of fact, it hurts us today, which is a reason why when somebody calls you and they say, I have a public records request for this information, if it's available, I have to provide it. But it's a nightmare right now. Vice Mayor, you made a comment about the office area where I'm at, and you would be completely correct because those 2 offices, those 3 offices that I hold presently, those offices were full of documents where you couldn't even walk in. The only reason they're not filled with documents now is because I've moved them out because Yolanda's team, Legum, went ahead and went in there, took out all those documents, sorted them out, removed the ones that were duplicates, and then a large majority of what was in there, I placed on the 2nd floor. Now that extra office you're discussing will end up being my storage area, which is the purpose for it. To have it right there, right next to me, and to not become, not to have these documents for years and years and years. We also have another issue that you're not aware of, and that is that we don't have a records retention list. I've looked everywhere in every file and every physical and computer document to look for when something was destroyed, what was destroyed. We don't have that. You have to be aware of that our town has to have certain items that we will never, ever, ever get rid of. It will be on microfiche and it'll be on hard copy. But there's other items that by law, they are obsolete. I mean, you're not going to keep checkbooks that you had 25 years ago because the account is closed. None of those checks matter anymore. So this is the way you have to look at our town as well. That if in your house, you don't have those items from 10 years ago, why should you have the town hold all those items? Your taxes, you're only supposed to have them for 7 years, correct? Why would you hold your taxes for 20 years? Nobody's going to look at them. Nobody's going to request them. But if they do request them, now you got to produce them because you have them.
So I need to step in and also add in. So commissioners, you can look this up under Florida statute part 119. It goes into a lot of detail on how records are to be maintained by law in the state of Florida. But we paid a lot of money to have Oel Wingo come in, and she wrote up a template for us for the records management. So we have a records management program available to us. We just need to adopt it and we need to follow it. Furthermore, we even have budgeted to have a town shred-a-thon in our budget that we've had for years that we haven't done, which when we go to do this, we can actually have a community shred-a-thon along with clearing out the documents that we don't need around this town. When we cleared out Natasha's office with Lagum, there was after we narrowed everything down to single copies of documents, we had 134 boxes of documents. That was a huge undertaking that took them weeks upon weeks to go through and single those documents out. But that's what we have. And those rooms are completely full of stuff that's absolutely obsolete, and it's also a liability to the town.
If no other commissioner objects, I'd like to put this down as a line item, and Attorney Ryan come up with the legal resolution, whatever you need, so that we can go forward with this. So that's okay.
Yeah. Now I believe that the document management policy, which was developed by Oel Wingo, would be a satisfactory policy, and if you want to adopt that by resolution, that is what I would recommend.
Okay, so be it. Let's move forward with this. Okay, so let's go on now. 16.5, Vice Mayor has earned the Mayor John Land Years of Service Award for 30 years of service by the Florida League of Cities. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Clark. Okay, Marlon, I do love you. Okay.
Congratulations, Howard.
Yeah, well, thank you, Gina. You and I have been here a long time, haven't we? Okay, so yeah, thank you, Marlon. Okay, and we got let's jump to 16.7. I already explained that. The manager, myself, and finance, we're going to get together and go over that manual. We'll come right back to you if there's any suggestions that they feel like that we can make this system about procurement and spending money better. So that's 16.7. So now we're going to go to
wait. 16.6. Did you bypass 16.6?
Yeah, I did that because I wanted to dispose of 16.5. 16.7 is gone. Now I'm back to 16.6 because that's going to take a little longer.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I was just trying to get this thing through. Okay, so properties that are grandfathered in, this issue is not new to the town. And then I'm going to have a guest speaker come and talk to you, his opinion. That's Bob Janzer, chairman of the Code Board. And so we're going to bring this back forward. This is not a new item in the town, but I think we need to put this thing to rest. And we're going to come back and with a grandfathering. I've already talked to Attorney Ryan. I've talked briefly with JC, and we'll have further discussions. By the way, congratulations, JC, for your newborn. And so I'm going to introduce, this is Bob Janzer. He's going to come over here and give his take on this item as a resident, as a property owner, and as the chairman of the Code Board. Bob, you want to come over here and talk to the commission? Yeah, you're on.
Hello, good evening, commissioners, the staff. Robert Janzer, Code Board.
Take the mask down.
Town of Pembroke Park. used to having the mask on now. Anyway, I did have the pleasure of speaking with Town Manager JC about this issue a few times, and I did meet with him. And I'm disturbed about the way that some of the code violations have been going, in as much as that it's not discussing the new code violations. This is discussing the practice, the new practice apparently, that we're going back many years, that structures were built, or whether it's a shed or a screen room that's an enclosure, whatever the issue is, and that a lot of our residents are elderly, they're on Social Security, fixed income, disability, all this type of thing, and they're told that there's no statute of limits on building permits. Okay, so the issue with that is now all of a sudden they're supposed to produce building permits, and many of these units have been sold 2, 3, 4 times. And so during those transitions, obviously, a lot of people don't grab those kind of permits. And, you know, I don't think they should be held accountable for these issues, because it's been in, a lot of these issues been there for 20 years, 30 years, many years back. And, you know, even criminal fines, criminal charges have statute of limitations on them. I mean, unless you've got like capital murder or something like that. And to say that, you know, you have to, or now you have to have an engineer, a survey, submit plans, all this sort of thing for a structure that's been there all these years. And now, because it was there so long, well, now after you do all this and pay all these fees, well, maybe it won't meet today's code. So then what? Now you get a demolition permit, tear it all down. I mean, it's just not right. We need to come up with something else that's going to be suitable. I mean, you're penalizing these people, the residents of the town, for no reason like this. So we have a lot of residents, not only that are here year round, but we have seasonal owners that come down during the wintertime. They're also elderly, you know, and so what happens in this year, like with the Canadians, they're not going to be able to come down as far as we know right now. So what do? We start finding these people, start their fines running because they're not here, and then wait till a year and a half if they can come back. I mean, we've got to work some issues out.
So I'm going to go forward with grandfathering.
And you know, I talked with JC, who was very, very nice. I was very pleased to meet him. And he had mentioned something about amnesty, but from what I understood about that was you still have to hire an engineer and a survey and get all this, and it still costs the people money. And then if they don't meet the building codes, they still have to be removed. So that's not acceptable either.
Okay,
So, pardon me?
let me take it back and tell them what we're going to do.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, so you heard that, and then I just wanted to mention what we're going to do. We're going to get with the manager. I've already talked to the town attorney, and we're going to come back with an ordinance or whatever is best determined to deal with this, and we'll bring it back to the commission in the near future, okay? So that's that one. Which one were you on?
Howard, I had a
Yeah,
question.
you have a comment? Okay.
No. Well, I just wanted to hear from the building director,
Okay.
Mr. Nunez, if possible, if he had a solution for this, or if it's something he's working on.
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Town Manager. This is something that is dearly to my heart because I do understand and I suffer at the same time by the conditions of the residents of the town of Pembroke Park. We have to understand, unfortunately, and this is something that I'm pretty sure the town attorney will be able to convey to the commissioners better than me, that unfortunately, the Florida Building Code and the Florida statutes are the one who governs this kind of condition, that they need to bring everything up to the current building code. There's no such thing as building codes or violations, if you want to call it like that, for work without permit. There's no grandfather. That does not exist. Grandfather is a word used for a non-conforming structure. Non-conforming structure is normally when you have an ordinance based on zoning that is no longer on that particular code, if it was done legally. In that particular part, I respect what the commission and the vice mayor and whoever the sponsor for this particular grandfather, if you want to use that word, or the non-conforming condition on the building code, but I will refer to the state statute and to the Florida building code. And that's all I have to say. I'm here to assist as much as I can, but I will be, like I always do, and I've always been very, very straightforward. I will ask the commission to exercise very cautious on this item because they might be putting themselves in a different line that they may not be wanted to the town by unintended consequences. So that's all I have to say, sir.
Okay, and thank you very much. And so, like I said, no sense belaboring it here. You can ask any questions, of course, but we're going to bring it all back. We're going to get together with all the stakeholders and come up with something. Okay? Any other questions?
I just want to add in there the building department, the building official has to be involved on that get together.
Yeah, I don't have any problem. Yeah,
he has to be involved because he's the one with all the legal background on the building and construction of these places.
I agree. Everybody, all the stakeholders. Okay, so let's see, we're done. Additional items. I guarantee you we shouldn't be here more than 30 minutes, okay? Additional items, 17.1, air condition proposals. Project Manager Woodbury, Interim Public Works Director Jocks. If the two of you could come forward with that. Hello? Miriam?
Yes, okay, the air condition, the AC contract has expired and it needed to be renewed. So we went out for quotes and we received 4 quotes, which Stephanie will go over. And yeah, go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Okay, we actually received 3 quotes.
3, okay.
Okay.
Air Pros, Southeast Mechanical Services, and Windshield. We're actually recommending that we go with the second lowest bidder because the lowest bidder, Air Pros, they're a small company. They mainly do residential customers. They only handle commercial customers, and they're also equipped and able to do the routine maintenance on our water tower that outside for the AC unit, unlike other companies.
Okay, so which one are you recommending to the commission?
Southeast Mechanical Service.
Okay, so if there's no objection, and what kind of money is that? The commission has the backup, and what kind of money are we talking about?
Southeast Mechanical, if you look at the quote for, and we got quotes for Town Hall and for the Preserve Building. For Town Hall, it will be a yearly cost of, quarterly is $285. So that'll be $1,140 for the Parks Building. I'm sorry, I just gotta go through the paperwork.
That's okay, take your time. It's more important that you give us the information.
For the Parks Building, that's $170 a year.
Okay, so that's your recommendation. If the commission doesn't have any problems with that, I'll put that down as a line item over for the next regular agenda. Okay, you want to take 17.2, Commissioner Chamber Chairs, Project Manager Woodbury, Interim Public Service Director Jobs.
some while back, the mayor has made I made a request to get quotes to replace the chamber chairs, and this is what we've done. We don't know how the commission is going to. I mean, it's going to be up to the commission to whether they want to go forward or not. Stephanie included. We don't have a recommendation per se, except to take a look at the chairs and see if there's anything that the commission agrees with to go forward.
Okay, so commissioners, how do you feel? You want to entertain the idea of going and getting chairs for the commission chambers?
I think we should hold off until we look into possibly renovating the chambers, and then at that time getting chairs. What we have can do for now. That's my opinion. Trying to save a little money.
Okay, and Ray, same?
No, I'm neutral, whatever the commission wants on that one.
Yeah, I would say let's hold off too. I agree.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so we now go back. Let's just make this announcement, then we'll go back. We have 18 announcements. Everbridge. Residents, please sign up for the town notification on our website. Who is that, Marlon? Is that you?
Yes, sir. It was just basically to go ahead and bring forth to the residents that we need them to sign up to Everbridge, because the Everbridge system is only as productive and as effective as the individuals that sign up for it. So if you have residents in your area in the different mobile home areas, please go ahead and speak to them. Make sure that they sign up so that if there's an emergency, they can receive that phone call. It's really important for as many people as possible to sign up. So we really do encourage it. I just have one more thing just to let you know. Chief Kane has been on the phone, and he emailed me just to let me know that he was on the phone. For some reason, he wasn't able to speak up, but it's just to put him on the record. So that would be all, sir.
Okay, and then let's take, what are the last items, and then we'll go back up to the charter review. Okay, what are the last items that we were going to pick up? Football, and what else, Marlon? If you would, please, ma'am.
Hold on one second.
I guess at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes.
And then I added one.
It was the football practice.
Yeah. Okay. Is that it?
Yes, because it was the other one that you added was on 1311. We were going to go over the grant, the canopy, and the FDEP, and you did that already. So the only one that would be the football practice.
Okay, very good. And so that would be, I guess I will add that additional items, and that would be, let's say 17.3, and we have football practice at Park, and that would be interim public works director Jocks, and I guess project manager Woodbury. So that goes over to public service.
A while back, we received complaints. We've received a phone call and an email, both by the same person. She mentioned that there is a football team that comes to practice regularly at the park, and they use a lot of people in there. It gets very crowded. And we also have report back from Chris, the supervisor, that the grass is really getting abused with all that practicing going on. And we need to get, and we received an email from Cocker, I forgot her title.
Coker.
Yes, okay, Coker, sorry. She has some recommendation on what we could do, and to put sign to let them know that the park policy right now, there is not a written policy that says that they cannot have their football practice there. And it's something that the commission needs to decide on which way they want to go. Do they really want to stop them? Do we need to have Anyway, it's up to the commission.
Okay,
On the
so-
other hand, we also have a group of people that come in the morning, and that's a fitness trainer. And this is a group up to 20 people about, and they regularly also do fitness exercises under the tent.
Okay, commissioners, you heard it. There seems to be a little bit of an issue. So do we want to look into it further? Do we want to bring it up at the regular meeting? What to do with these issues? Taking the football first.
I believe, I remember when I first got in office at a meeting that we had, I believe Ashura was talking about we couldn't have sports in the park when we were having discussions about amphitheaters and trying to, update our parks or whatnot, that we couldn't have sports in there for some reason of, I don't know what it was, something that was there. But go ahead, JC.
I believe what she was referring to was a grant that we used to, I guess, acquire the park or develop the park.
Yeah, that was it.
It's gonna be for use for passive purposes, and no active sports or activities are going to be conducted there. If I may offer a suggestion as far as these, I think maybe the town could consider an ordinance or a Parks and Recreation ordinance, in that we prohibit anybody that's trying to operate a business or do any organized type of activities in our parks unless they get express written permission from the town. And then we can post up signs, and then we can have our staff enforce it and say, hey, listen, you guys can't be here. You guys got to go. Because I've dealt with this in the past, where they will absolutely destroy your park. If somebody gets injured during one of these health classes, the town is not covered as far as liability is concerned, and and it presents a lot of problems for the town. So in order to protect us, I would suggest an ordinance in the very near future to address this.
Yeah,
I
agree.
already something in the books.
Yeah, I agree with what JC's saying. So if the commission doesn't mind, JC, town attorney, let's move forward on developing some type of ordinance to deal with these issues and bring it back to the commission.
Of course.
Okay, Attorney Ryan?
Yes, I'm here. And
Okay.
and I concur with the town manager that you need to have something on the books in order to give your code enforcement officers or whoever's going to enforce this some substantive basis to remove these people. And then, as Chief Coker had said in her email, if there's a problem with them not complying with code enforcement, that the DSO deputies will come in and
Okay, very good. Krista, can I just give that directive, or do you have to bring it to the commission meeting for?
I just got the directive, so I'll
Okay.
Work on that, and then we can have a draft for you to take a look at in 2 weeks.
Okay, very good. Okay, let's go back. 16.2, charter review and ordinances, Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
All right. Move that out of the way here. Okay, there's a lot to this. Okay. One, we have our charter. Two, we have, again, the Wingo report. And then we have some ordinances. If you guys look through your backup, I'll bring these all forward here. We'll start with the charter. It says here, and this is, as management of local government became complex at the time of consuming, commissioners began to appoint town employees to assist them. Can you guys hit mute? Thank you. Consistent with section 16 of this charter, gradually the bulk of the commissioner's jobs and duties shifted to town's employees with oversight from the commission, meaning we went from being more commission form to having town staff doing a lot of these positions. The arguability created by the outdated charter may be that the core of the organization culture that steered the town into inefficiencies and mismanagement identified by the OIG in the report that was attached by the OIG for Owawingo's report. In Bob Eisner's report, if everyone remembers that, it's also included as attachment number 4 in Owawingo's report, further outlines the lack of clear direction that is outlined in our charter. Our charter is outdated. In 1991, the commission adopted Ordinance 91-5-1 that established the town administrator. That's when we brought on someone to handle the day-to-day operations of the town, and we called the position a town administrator. The charter provides for the commission form of government. However, there's little evidence that the town has actually operated in commission form of government over the past 25 years. Major form, and this isn't any news to anyone if you've researched commission forms of government. Mayor forms of government, and there are other relatively few commission forms of government remaining, less than 3 in the state of Florida. I'm not saying I want to change from a commission form of government, but we need to do a lot of updating, and here's why. The government has been increasingly complex with the federal, state, and local requirements, and vesting to the day-to-day management responsibilities that lay the commission is very difficult. The charter has not been reviewed, modified to replace outdated language, legislation inconsistencies with contributions to lack clarity resulting from unclear lines of authority and accountability. So at some point, we need to go over our charter. We need to update it so it fits with all the current federal, state, and local requirements. Section 3, Commission and Governance. Lack of formal governance procedures during commission meetings have contributed to some issues in the town of Pembroke Park. This is facing and including lack of accountability for actions, miscommunication, and lack of following on commission discussion items and decisions. We can even see that in today's meeting as we have our agenda. We can't be jumping around in the agenda. When we create an agenda, when we're gonna have guests that cost us money, that we only need for a short amount of time, we need to put them on the front. We need to work through the agenda. The agenda has vastly improved since the new clerk has been here, but we still are having issues. We have to really clean this up and get this moving along so our meetings aren't lasting till, well, we're already at 10:42. Based on my observations, and this is Owawingo's report, based on my observations, the commission meeting review of previous commission documents and interviews, the commission has not consistently followed best practices for good governance and policy making catatonic and argumentative. The current agenda format does not follow a logical order of business and lacks significant documented staff backup. Again, that's improved since Marlon came on. Agendas, minutes are not being prepared in a competent and timely fashion, limiting transparency and availability in accurate records to foster good decision-making and establish clear accountability. Again, we're showing improvement, and we're getting the right people in the right place. We just need to keep putting the right people in the right place. People that are not qualified for positions, we don't need to be moving them into. Business meetings should follow a logical and consistent order. We don't really follow an order, you know. We don't follow Robert's rules. We brought it up many times. I give you guys a cheat sheet of Robert's rules. We just have a meeting. We all get to argue. There's no time limit. It makes these meetings just they don't work right. It makes it very difficult. These items by the commission staff member facilitate and flow to inform. Says items not on the discussion agenda should not be brought up under new business to the agenda and considered for the next meeting. The reason is none of us have had time to discuss that. We haven't had time to review it. Like this diagram of the third floor, this right here, you know, no one's had a chance to review it, and then it comes on today. The another example, all those where are they? Oh, right here. All of these from the Public Works Department. There's this is a huge stack of paper for us to be going over. We can't get it last minute. We have to have these in that timely manner. No items may be, according to this, no items may be added to the agenda within 24 hours notice. We've set that date and timeline for Marlin where things cannot be added. You know, I can't be going back over it over and over again. I got time to go over things once, maybe twice, but I can't keep going back every time there's an update, there's something else added. When that timeline hits, we need to draw the line and nothing else gets added. That's it. That is a solid line. Nothing gets added. If it needs added, it will come next month. I don't care how important it is. It's too hard on everyone, including the clerk, staff, JC, all of us. You know, so we need to really establish that and stick to it. Established agenda deadlines and stick to it. Right here. It's right here in her report. It says establish agenda guidelines and stick to it. All items should be submitted in the required format to the clerk no later than a full week prior to scheduling the meeting or similar determined by the commission. It says the final agenda and supporting documents should be made available to all board members no later than Friday before the regular scheduled meeting. That gives us plenty of time to review it. Findings and conclusions. This is organizational structure and analysis. Not releasing the agenda materials with significant time to the commission and reviewing the materials prior to the meeting, non-abiding items at the last moment of the commission agenda, and operating without a defined or written policy or procedures to effectively transfer control of the commission to the manager. In fact, the town operated with virtually no policies or procedures, thus gave the management free rein to operate without restrictions or oversight. Granted, we're starting to bring that back together. It's a process. It's not happening overnight. Look, it's been a year and a half and we're still working on this. But this was an $80,000 report that this town paid for. They had policies, procedures, things to adopt. We didn't adopt anything out of this. That was a waste of $80,000 if we don't use it. We don't utilize the recommendations we got. We have a HR person for specifically HR. We have the town manager to see to the day-to-day operations. We're paying people for certain things that need to be used. We paid for this. We need to be using this. This occurs in these analysis. The lack of skilled, trained managers coupled with top-heavy management organization with decentralized administration functions, lacking standardized operational procedures and job descriptions, make it very difficult to determine the responsibility for poor and legal implication of policies. Okay, we're talking procurement. We now have job descriptions. Look how long that took just to get that approved, to get that going. But that was right there in the report, you know, as one of the top things we had to get done. We got it done now. We have the right, again, I believe we have the right person in place for HR. We have the right policies now in place. We're making things happen, but we have to stick with it and we have to keep the pressure on and keep moving in this direction, because the moment we stop or we let up, this is just going to fall apart. The town positions is created by ordinance and not addressed in the charter. The conflicting language in the charter is outlining commissioner duties, and the weak town manager ordinance must be corrected to give authority and responsibility to the town manager, correct the identified inadequacies and inadequacies in the organization. So here we are back at the last meeting, or I believe it was the last meeting, where we had the debate back and forth over the emergency powers. We have a town administrator manager to see to the day-to-day operations of the town. Historically, Gina, you told me, you said it at the meeting. You know, that's why I'm meaning that there's always been the manager that's doing that. It wasn't the mayor. So the mayor wrote a policy that she wanted that gave her the power, but per our charter, we all 5 have equal power. No one has more power than anyone else. It's equal across the board. But by putting that through, gave the the mayor more power than the mayor should have had. Again, we're equal across the board. We hired JC to see to the day-to-day operations. We are overseers. We're not director heads. We're not department heads. We're overseers. We come together and discuss what these different areas are doing, but our responsibilities are not the day-to-day operations of any one department or of the town. We have the manager for that, and we have the directors for that. We have another position. That's to come together and report to you. My job is to come to you and tell you what's happening with the police department, the clerk's office, you know, and finance. I believe that's the 3 areas I'm kind of covering at the moment. So in here, it says, keeping the government body advised of financial condition, administrative activities, and the needs of the city, and making the making such recommendations to may seem desirable. This is for the town manager position. You know, this is what we brought him here. This weekly report he's giving us gives us, you know, this is what I was asking from our previous town attorney and from town manager. I'm sorry, Chris, our previous town manager. And she refused to give it to me. I wanted to know every week what was going on in the town. I wanted an update from her office. I sent him the same exact email I sent her of what I was requesting. He gives us a response once a week and tells us what's going on around the town, the complaints that we have, residents, employees, you know, an overview of what we have. And then at the end of the month, when we have our meeting, he gives us his full report. But this keeps you, Ray, you, Cohen, you, Howard, up to date on everything that's going on this week. So if there was an emergency, say, lift station went in off while the week went on, he was aware of it, and he made sure all of us knew about it. So in that weekly report, instead of we're waiting for a month to find out, oh my God, we just had to spend, you know, $50,000 to replace a pump head, you know? So this again, we're starting to make progress, but we still have a few things holding us back here. So let me continue on. The town charter was adopted in 1957, and it could not be determined if there's ever been a comprehensive review of the charter in the intervening 60 years. So now we're 64 years in, and there's no evidence that there's ever been a review of this. So I'm stating when we get our new attorney on, it's something we really have to look into and make sure our town's in compliance. Recommendations. Here was her recommendations. The commission should undertake a comprehensive review of the charter. First sentence. However, there's little evidence that the town has operated as a commission form of government for the past 20 or 25 plus years. Many former cities and town commissioner forms of government have evolved into a commissioner manager, a commissioner strong mayor form of government, which relatively few commission form of governments remain. Less than 3, again, in the state of Florida. Government has become increasingly complex. I'm going to read the same statement again. Federal, state, and local requirements and the vasting day-to-day management responsibilities lay with the commission is very difficult. The commission should conform to the charter and align their current structure with an effective commissioner management form of government. So we're not taking away the commissioner position, the commissioner form of government. We're identifying as our manager as the day-to-day operator of the town. Pembroke Park has seen has been severely mismanaged for many years. Releasing the agenda material was significant Releasing the agenda materials was significant time for the commission to review materials prior to the meetings and non-agenda items at the last moment of the commission agenda, and operating without a defined written policies and procedures to effective transfer control of the commission managers, in addition to ignoring our own charter. Those are our rules. Our charter are our rules that we have to follow. The town has effectively operated more like a manager form of government, with all the employees reporting to the town manager, with the commission not directly involved in the day-to-day operation. Again, right here in the report, guys, I'm going to read this once again. The town has effectively operated more like a town manager form of government, with all employees reporting to the town manager, with the commission not directly involved in the day-to-day operations. I'll become important in a second when I go back to reading our resolutions here. Back here at the end, O.L. Wingo did define the commission form of government. It says there's no single chief executive, rather the commission, who serves collectively as policy-making body, also serves individually as heads of principal departments in the basic commission form. There is neither a mayor or city manager. So that's really what a commissioner form of government is. The commission form tend to provide inadequate coordination, insufficient internal control, and non-professional direction of the administration. So I'm going to go here. And again, this is all in your backup, and I'd really like you guys to take a moment to read this. Resolution number 180609, section 2 at the bottom. I'm going to read this whole paragraph. The term shall have charge of in section 15 of the charter means the commissioners are assigned to the department specified. Said section 15 shall serve as a liaison between the town commission and the department heads to communicate with the department heads regarding the activities and in the respective departments to which the commissioner is assigned, in order to convey that convey that information to the town commission as necessary at the appropriate town commission meetings. So again, it says that we're to serve as liaisons. We're not department heads. We don't see to the day-to-day operations of individual departments. We work as a liaison to report back from the departments that we oversee. But we don't work there day-to-day. We don't do that on a day-to-day basis. We don't control the day-to-day operations. That's what we have the manager for. That's what we have the department heads for. Section 3 of this, it says the term shall have charge of, section 15 of the charter, does not confer, delegate, or assign or designate commissioner the duty and responsibility to manage, direct, supervise, or administer the activities or employees in the respective departments to which the commissioner is assigned. We have one commissioner who's taken over the Public Works Department and acting as a department head. It says specifically right here in our resolution 180609 that the designated commissioner, the duty and responsibility to manage, the charter does not confer, delegate, or assign the designated commissioner to the responsibilities to manage, direct, supervise, or administer activities or the employees of the respective departments to which that commissioner is assigned. Again, we have a problem going on in town right now with one commissioner and one department. If we go back here again, this is our charter. It's in your backup as well, guys, if you haven't seen it in there. Let me pull up what I got in here. Town Commission, Section 9. This just says 5 commissioners, individual elected commissioners, knows candidacy, okay, and by resolution. Okay. Hold on one second. Let's see if I need anything out of this one. The charter candidates are nominated for the office of commission shall comply with the rules, regulations outlined in the charter as to their conduct. This comes back to Code of Ordinances. And hold on. Appointing powers. Okay, section 12 of our charter says appointing powers. The city commissioners shall have the power to designate or create such offices, departments, and divisions other than provided in herein as necessary for the administration to and the affairs of the city to produce those duties and powers and offices, employees, and such departments of the division, provided the appointment to fix the salaries and compensation as such the officers and employees. This is what we've been doing. This is where it comes back into it. The commission may determine its own rules and procedures and may punish its own members for misconduct. Let me go back. That is section 12. In there, it says the commission may determine its own rules of procedures and may punish its own members for its misconduct. Section 14, just one sentence I want to point out. The mayor shall have the same voice and vote as all the other commissioners. Again, all 5 commissioners of equal power. Now, section 15, it says here, the purpose of systematically handling the government, the commission shall create the following departments, and 1 commissioner shall have charge of each department. The executive department in charge therefore of ex officio, the mayor. The Department of Taxes, the commissioner in charge therefore to be the clerk. The Department of Finance, the commissioner therefore to be in charge, the vice mayor. Department of Health and Zoning, one of the commissioners is designated by resolution of the commission. And the Department of Public Works and Water, one of the other commissioners is designated by resolution of the commission. So in our specific charter right here, it says that the vice mayor is actually here. And I bring this up because I want to go back to the ordinance here in a second. I bring this up because it says the Department of Finance, the commissioner in charge there should be the vice mayor. But we actually have a resolution. It's the 18, again, the 1806, oh, here it is, sorry. The 180619. And in that, there is 2 resolutions at the end of it. Let me see here. Okay, this was the one, Cohen. This was actually yours. This is resolution 180610. This appointed Gina Cohen as the clerk commissioner for the town. And then there is another one, it's 180611, whereas Howard P. Clark Jr. has expressed his willingness to serve as the commissioner for public works and water. This was dated back the 29th day of June in 2018. But my point is, when we go back in here, it says that we are not there as directors. We're not there to run that. We're just a liaison between that department. None of us should be that deeply involved as this and running a department. We have a public works director that we need to fulfill that position. You know, We have positions we need to fulfill. But right here, we're violating our own charter. We're violating our own rules by not following what we have. And the problem is this has been going on and on and on. Look at it. Look at this mess. We need to clean it up, guys. We need to have a review, get everything back online, get the ordinances back online. It's going to be a lot of work. We have a long road ahead of us to get this town back on track. So first is we have to follow our own charter. So any questions?
Okay, yes, I got a lot of questions. I do think we need to have this review committee because there's several things in the charter that could be better. I do think also that Marlon has been a phenomenal asset in helping to bring a lot of this stuff together and get us going in the right direction. What you see about not being able to take over the department, that was an OIG requirement. They came back and they wanted it to be defined. So what we did was we brought this forward to the commission, and the commission passed that ordinance just recently saying up front, you can go like you do. You're a commissioner, the clerk commissioner. You're the police commissioner. So you do a lot of different things, and you're the HR. Then so there's nothing wrong with that. As long as everybody knows that a commissioner can say, go do something, but they are not required to do that. The director, the department head. And so I think we're headed in the right direction, because it's better than what it was one day, where we had certain individuals that were mayors, and they would run around like they had a strong mayor council form of government. So this was definitely put in there to stop that. So let's keep working and going forward. Let's form this committee and let's make it better.
Howard, did you hear what I said about resolution 1816-09? It says designated commissioners, the duty and responsibility to manage, direct, and the charter does not confer, delegate, or assign the designated commissioner the duty and responsibility to manage, direct, supervise, administer the activities of employees in respective departments.
That's right.
Which the commissioner is assigned.
So are you doing that, Jeff? I'm
not.
The clerk commissioner? What?
Actually,
yes,
that is the town manager's position.
No, Jeffrey, you're doing, from what I see and what I hear, you have to remember this all came about just recently. You see the dates. That's all part of the OIG.
This was, I'll give you the date, June 29th, 2018. This resolution was out.
Okay, yeah, Commissioner Jacobs. Okay, let me address you professionally. You are not doing it wrong. You don't go in there and direct. If you are directing, then you're doing it wrong. Your job is to go and do what you're doing. You hear, you see a problem, you're coming back to this commission. That's what we're doing. That is the proper way.
Let's stop right there. That's what I am currently doing.
I hope so.
I don't directly supervise, but you, sir, are not.
That's
you were trying to spearhead the public works department.
That's not true.
Actually, it is
not true. That is not true. You go ask anybody out there, and the first thing I say is I can't tell you what to do, so let's call the director. So let's get your facts straight before you start making accusations. Let's go forward with the review committee.
So
it's a step
I'm not
forward,
Jeffrey. Howard. I'm saying that the town engineer, Miriam, the assistant public works director, the public works department responds to the mayor, replies to the manager, not you.
The department responds to the director, Jeffrey. And then if there's a problem,
if the director's not there, we have the town manager.
You're not letting me finish, okay? You're not letting me finish.
Because you're being dishonest.
I don't think you know
what
I don't think you know what you're doing, okay?
Okay,
but it's good you're bringing up the questions, because we're going to get it right. The first step is let's do the next step, and we need to go back to the charter. There's several things in there that need to be corrected. Like, for example, you're a clerk commissioner, and you're also a commissioner. And if you ask Ryan, you're not supposed to be doing that. They had questions about that. But we need to go forward. And
listen, I'm not an elected clerk. Okay.
I'd like to clarify that.
Go ahead and clarify, Chris.
Yeah, not specifically to Commissioner Jacobs.
I am definitely not an elected clerk.
The point was raised some time ago that the charter needed to be amended to take out the position of the clerk commissioner so that the clerk's office would stand alone. And it's not directed specifically to Commissioner Jacobs, but by any means, this was a change that I had requested years ago.
And furthermore, I would like to point out, when I attend League of Cities, when I attend all these meetings outside the town, when people see me identified as a clerk commissioner, they think I'm an elected clerk, and I have to clarify to them that I'm actually a commissioner. This title is a horrible title to have, because it really doesn't describe what my position. My position is a commissioner. Now, do I oversee the clerk's office right now? Yeah, I do. Did we have a huge problem in there? Yeah, we did. Now the clerk's department is running on its own. They're reporting to JC. Or hold on. But it says right here in our own resolution, I'm going to repeat it again. The charter does not confer, delegate, or assign the designated commissioner the duty or the responsibilities to manage, direct, supervise, administer the activities or employees in the respective departments to which the commissioner is assigned. Okay. Correct. I bring forward information from the police department. I bring forward that information to the commission. That is my position. My position is not the day-to-day operations of those departments.
That's right, Jeffrey, but you do go a little deeper than that. So again,
well, let me see why. I came to this town and went head first in a giant pile of shit to clean up mountains of documents, OIGs, investigations, just a pile of a mess. And I've been doing nothing but a year and a half of playing cleanup for the last years of an absolute disaster of a town. Gina, I know you got on me a while back about calling this a train wreck, and I hate to say it, it is. But this is the only way we are going to improve this town is by taking these steps and continuing pushing forward. I know you don't like me from the beginning, and that's okay. You know, I've worked hard to show how much I care about my town and where I live, and that I'm going to work hard to get this town back on track. The problem is we can't continue doing things that are not in our guidelines, that are not the laws that we follow.
So
not following procurement, not following we have these put in place. There are statutes, there are laws, there are rules. We have this put in place to follow. And if we could get this town going, and we are 100% different than it was. I want to see it 1,000% different than it was. You know, I want to see it back on track. I want that old stigma of this town gone. So at some point, we all commissioners have to get together and put a vision of what we want to see in this town. Because right now, everyone's been going in different directions. The infrastructures, because of staff that we've had here in this town for years, being mismanaged, unorganized, we have a lot of problems we have to fix. We can't be putting people in positions that aren't qualified for just because we like them. You know what? I like everyone in this town, but it doesn't mean you're qualified to run a department because I like you. It doesn't. I need someone to run that department that knows what they're doing. So if I'm going to pay someone, say $100,000 for a job, they need to be worth that $100,000, if not more than I'm paying them. That's what we need in this town. We need the right people in the right positions to make this town progress forward.
So I think what we should
putting people in positions that aren't.
No, you're talking about now an individual position. You're wrong now.
No, I'm not. I'm talking
great. You did great up until now. Your comments are well taken, Jeffrey.
Okay.
And who did you
Howard,
say didn't?
You
Who
brought
did you
in
say didn't
people that
like
aren't
you?
qualified for positions, okay? You
Yeah,
push
that's
these people forward
not true.
because you think they're great people. And they are
That's
great
not true.
people, but they're not great for these positions. We need solid people for these positions.
Well,
So you were the biggest violator of Section 3 of this
No, I'm
resolution.
not. That's
Yes.
not true. That's not true.
Howard,
I
so
don't direct anybody,
Howard,
Jeff.
Howard,
I don't
have you had a
direct.
meeting on the
Ask
third
them.
floor already?
What?
Have
What?
you moved the Public Works Department to the third floor?
No, they have, it has to be approved by the commission before we can go.
Have you had a meeting on the third floor already? Because I think I've seen a picture of you having your first meeting at the Public Works Department.
There was no
On
meeting.
the
We
third
were
floor.
up there talking. There is no meeting.
You got
If it
tables up
was
there
staff-
already?
Oh, yeah, I put my personal table up there, a table from the town.
Howard, you're giving people titles that the commission hasn't approved.
No, I
Howard,
haven't given
you're-
anybody anything. That's not true. That was already described to you. Just follow the rules, Jeffrey. Okay, just follow
Howard,
the
I
rules.
am.
Oh,
No
yeah,
way.
okay.
Chicken
But
on the roof.
don't take and over exaggerate it. So what I would like to do as the chair, let's set up a charter review committee. Let all the commissioners have an opportunity to join. Marlon can do the public records, okay, and keep it all organized for us, and we'll start heading in the right direction. So if you would, Attorney Ryan?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so can we set up a charter review committee where we could start off with the commissioners, like how we do other issues and items that in the past, not.
I think it would be in the best interest, though, us to wait for, no offense, Chris. I think it's in best interest till we wait till we have the new attorney that's going to be involved with it on a daily process. You understand what I'm saying?
No,
that's quite all right. I can
No.
understand your reasoning on that.
No, and then the other side of that reasoning, Chris has the institutional knowledge. Chris can go back and instead of everybody having to run around looking for days and maybe not even finding the information, Chris has it right there. So I want to put it on the agenda. If we have to vote on it, we'll vote on it. Let's move forward with the Charter Review Committee, not go backwards and wait for certain people that you pick or you think is new that's going to do better than Chris. No one's going to do better than Chris. Chris has the knowledge. So Marlon, would you please put this item down on the agenda? We need to vote on this and move forward, not backwards. And while we have go ahead.
I just want to, if I could just explain something really quickly. In order to have a charter review committee, it's usually made up of residents. It's usually made up of an odd number. And it's usually made up that the commissioners can attend the meetings, but they cannot have any voice, opinion, nothing. They could hear it, like I've always told you.
Okay, Marlon, what I'm asking is that we're going to, wait a minute, Chris, wait a minute. What I'm asking, put it on the agenda. We're going to vote whether we want to go forward. We'll get into the details of the committee away, but it'll be down the road. But let's show we're going to do what was brought out here. Let's go forward with this thing. And so that's what I'm asking. Let the commissioners make their statements and let's vote on it. I say we go forward with it. We need to do it. It's necessary. So
all right,
that's it. Okay, so anybody else have any comments on this? Okay, there being none, let's have commissioner comments. Oh, Ray, okay.
Well, no, it was commissioner comment though.
Okay, Rick, commissioner comments, Ray.
No, I just want to tell Jeffrey Jacobs that to me that was a great presentation and that I learned a lot that I didn't know before. And I will definitely take a look at that Wingo's report.
Please, things that are uploaded in the agenda, please take the time to read. Those will educate all of us. It does me every time I go through it because I'm seeing something else every time I read through this stuff. Some I want to see, some I don't.
Yeah, okay. So, Cohen, Commissioner Cohen?
No, I just want to say that, Jeffrey, I've always liked you.
Yeah, I don't know why you said that. I don't know why you said that about Cohen.
We butt heads pretty good in the beginning.
Oh, not really.
No,
we all like you,
no,
Jeff. We all like you. Always, all of
I
us.
like everyone.
You're right. We have to learn to battle and come together, and we come for the better good of the town and the people of the town. So let's see. And Mayor Mohammed, she's not here tonight at all. That's it. She didn't come in. Okay, so we got Ray and Jeffrey. You want to make a comment?
No, I'm good.
Okay, and very good.
I've said what I need to say.
Yep, and very good. And we have our opinions, and we'll thrash this thing around, and we'll come up with even better ideas. And unfortunately, it takes a long time. But ever since certain people have gotten on here, it has gotten a lot better. It really has. So people are wonderful that come here that are dedicated, and we have to recognize them and give them an opportunity also to move up the ladder. Let them learn as they're going. There's a lot of good people around everybody. And after saying that, Attorney Ryan, you have any comments?
No, good night, everyone.
Good night, Chris, and thanks for everything. Did I leave anybody out, Marlon?
Yes, sir, you left out our town manager.
Okay, town manager, JC, come on. Hey, from where? Okay, go ahead.
He's exhausted.
Okay.
Congratulations again on your baby.
Yeah, congratulations. Okay, so that's everybody. Okay, good night, everybody. Don't worry, Jeff, we still love you. We all love you.
Thank you all so very much.
And Marlon,
Good night, everyone.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
Okay, bye, JC. Great job. See you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.